And RTD is taking a cautious approach to returning to pre-pandemic operating practices to ensure the safety of those same customers and employees. Transit has proven to be an extremely safe way to travel, and there have been no clusters of positive cases linked to transit in the Denver metro area. Please consider getting vaccinated if you have not done so already. Wear your face covering on transit and practice physical distancing. We hope to end this pandemic sooner rather than later. Thank you. Ms. McManus, would you now call the roll?
Yes, thank you. Director Bouquet,
Present.
Director Broom,
Present.
Director Busick,
Here.
Director Catlin,
Here. Sorry.
Director Cook,
Here.
Director Davidson,
Here.
Director Deschelle,
Here.
Director Geisinger,
Here.
Director Lewis,
Present.
Director Rosenthal,
Present.
Director Sloan,
Here.
Director Tisdale,
Present.
Director Whitmore.
Present.
I know that Chair Williams is there and Chair Angie Rivera Malpietti.
Present.
15 present and accounted for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McManus. We have no recommended actions on the agenda this evening, but we do have 3 discussion items and attendant presentations. Our first discussion item is board committee restructure, and our general manager CEO Johnson will give presentation on an update for that. I'd like to remind everybody to state their names and titles for the record each time they begin to speak. Ms. Johnson?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Deborah Johnson, General Manager and CEO, and it's a pleasure for me to join you this evening to discuss the board committee restructure. My intent here is to give a broad brush overview and then yield the floor to the directors who have worked diligently on this, being Directors Cook and Directors Tisdale. Before I delve in, I would like to acknowledge the work that has been put forward by John McKay of the Executive Office, as well as Michael Davies in the Executive Office, or Government Relations, I should say, in the work of the board staff in conjunction with the activities we're going to outline briefly. So just by way of background, recognizing that Directors Cook and Tisdale began in the latter part of 2020, working in earnest to shore up the committee restructure and do some investigative work and produced a white paper, and even taking it beyond by reaching out to directors that were elected at the time, not part of the body, to garner input on what might be optimal for a board structure. That information, coupled with the adoption of the strategic plan, has set us on a trajectory in which to engage in dialogue. You all had provided fodder as it related to some optimal scenarios relative to having a different committee structure, which are outlined within the board report that's before you this evening, and specifically recognizing that we want to garner an understanding of our path forward. There is an attachment to the board report this evening that gives sample survey questions. I want to qualify for all of you that these are merely sample survey questions, and based upon the dialogue that ensues this evening, these questions can be amended to reflect the desire of the board relative to garnering a more collective understanding about the path forward. Most importantly, the items that we would like to discuss with you have to do with the preference for the day and times of standing committee meetings, what would be the preferred number of directors per committee, what might be the number of standing committees, and then as we talk about the methodology utilized in reference to appointing chairs and vice chairs of committees relative to the composition. So at this juncture, I would like to yield the floor to Director Cook and Directors Tisdale to lead thoughtful discussion as it relates to this item before you. Thank you very much.
I guess we can have, by seniority, we'll have Director Tisdale go first and Director Cook go next. Director Tisdale, would you like to speak to us?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would have deferred alphabetically or to Director Cook in any event as an executive committee member, and also just as a point of gentlemanliness, but I will be happy to proceed on the basis of seniority. What you have before you is what we believe is a bold effort by RTD to align itself with the best practices of other agencies in this country relative to committee structure and committee governance. We believe that we have collected a great deal of information, much of which you have seen before. We did not want to burden you again this evening with all of the various documents that we had curated and distributed in the past regarding this. They are available, of course, should you have the desire to review any of that again. In this effort, we believe, not only engaging in best practices as we have learned from APTA and their on-site teams with us, and through best practices as again collected and made available to APTA members by APTA, but we've also been responsive to concerns and issues that have been raised by the state auditor and by the Accountability Committee concerning the governance of this RTD board. It is still something that requires input from all of the directors and buy-in from the directors. We believe that it is, in fact, a well thought out and very workable plan, but it is one that can only truly work if we secure that buy-in from each of you. So we're here tonight to have that discussion, and we're here tonight to craft a path forward for how this might be done. We had talked initially about the prospect of making this an interim solution with an automatic sunset. We determined that that probably was not in the best interest of RTD, that we should make the change and commit to it. We always have the opportunity to fine tune, to do mid-course corrections as we go along. But we think that we should commit ourselves now to this process. So I look forward to a dialogue. I will have some personal direct comments when the chair goes around the horn with everyone else, but that's, if you will, my opening statement relative to what we bring to you this evening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. Director Cook, thank you for your patience. Would you like to add to this?
Yeah, no, I think that turned out to be a good thing going in that order. Thank you. So would focus on a couple of things. One, the staff report identifies what we hope to achieve by working through this restructuring. So we're talking about smaller committee composition, decreasing the number of committees, enhancing the committee's effectiveness, and optimizing meeting times. And the impetus for this was actually the 2010 audit and touched upon this in the governance section. But the more immediate impetus was a seminar that Director Tisdale and Director Walker attended, and that some of us, based on their recommendation, then viewed afterwards. And it was an APTA seminar. It was hosted by Doug Eady, who's a consultant, and David Stackrow, who at the time of publication of their book was the chair of the board of directors for APTA. It was about building a solid board CEO partnership. And a key piece of it is board engagement and ownership on what the agency does, forming a true partnership. So I'll just read one paragraph on that. It says, the traditional passive reactive model of governing characterized by the CEO and executive team members sending finished documents to the board, which then thumbs through them. He adds parenthetically, what we think of as the thumbing through approach to policymaking is now the exception to the rule in public nonprofit governance for three very compelling reasons. First, the passive reactive approach lacks the kind of intensive board CEO executive team interaction, the back and forth questioning and in-depth discussion that leads to well-informed decisions and decision-making. Second, the traditional model fails to capitalize on board members as an asset. Their diverse experience, expertise in pertinent fields such as financial management, strategic planning, and marketing, their varied perspectives, and their connections to key stakeholders. And third, the passive reactive approach turns board members into an audience with little, if any, ownership or commitment to the decisions they make. So I just think that's a really good laying of the groundwork for what we're doing. And the kinds of engagement they're talking about, that partnership, I think is made possible in significant part by going to smaller committees and some of these other changes, depending upon how we flesh them out. So with that, thank you very much for that chance to add to introductory remarks.
Thank you, Director Cook. And I neglected to thank General Manager Johnson earlier before I dove right into this. So thank you all for the work that you have done to bring us to this point. I will begin by going around the room alphabetically, but I'd like to point out my understanding is that following this discussion, the item will come before the board later on this month. So let's start at the beginning with Director Bouquet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple questions. So could I just get a little bit of kind of the briefing of the timeline of when would we potentially get the actual survey? And then it looks like there'd be a final recommended action in October. Could I just kind of get a breakdown of the timeline of potentially when directors would get the survey, when this recommended action would come forth, and then is this like a pilot program? How long would be going forward with it? When would this ultimately last? Those are my questions for now.
I'm going to ask General Manager Johnson to speak to that, and then if she needs help from Director Cook or Tisdale, she can refer to them. And I think for the first go around, we'll allow a question and answer right off the bat. So, Ms. Johnson.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Director Bouquet, to the questions in which you raised. The intent of this evening is to garner input from the dialogue that we are embarking upon currently. With that being said, this will be very analogous to the approach we took with the Accountability Committee. I will be taking copious notes as well as a member of my team. The intent here is to leverage a survey that will be disseminated to all of you. My intention is to have that survey disseminated tomorrow. There will be instructions relative to when there should be a timeline in reference to you submitting that information back to us. That information will be compiled so there's full transparency in relationship to what the consensus is relative to composition of the committees, the preference and the date and times and things of the like. That information will help inform the recommended action that's brought to you all for consideration as the full body to change the restructuring process of the current composition of said committees as relates to our governance. More so recognizing the intent of the conversation that we have this evening, there is the probability that we could bring this back later this month as opposed to October, recognizing it's our intent to launch this restructuring of the committee process commencing in January so we can optimize the effectiveness of the governance as outlined by Director Cook relative to the 2010 state audit as well as the Accountability Committee's input relative to the governance of said board here this evening. I hope that answers your questions.
It does. Can I add a comment, Madam Chair?
Absolutely, Director
Thank
Bouquet.
you. So I guess two comments. First off, I am in favor of board restructuring. I think, when I ran my campaign, I believed when I saw how the board structured its committees, I believe there is a more efficient way to do so. So I am in favor of moving forward with kind of figuring out what is the best method. I just wanted to throw that for the record. The other comment / question I would kind of put in is consideration of voting preferences. I know that was way back when we originally joined the board, where it would it potentially only be a vote for those who are part of the committee to have a voting right? Would it be attendees to potentially have a voting right? When I mean attendees, I mean other directors who are not part of the committee who just happen to join in. I think that would be another question kind of consideration. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bouquet. I believe that Director Broom is next. Bob, do you have any questions or comments?
Not at this time, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Director Busick?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I want to start out first by thanking Directors Tisdale and Cook for their hard work. I mean, this has been, I think, almost, correct me if I'm wrong, but almost a year in the making, and you all have put in a lot of time. 2 years. What took so long? No, it's been a long time coming, and I really appreciate the hard work and all of the resources that you use to come up with this. I think it's a great idea, and the committee structure that you recommend in our discussion item, I think makes perfect sense. The way that they're broken out, the way that operations and safety go together, the way that finance and planning go together, I think that's critically important, because there's so many overlaps with those, and it makes sense for them to go together. So I think you did a great job. I think you mentioned early on that your preference is to not have this be a pilot of any kind, and I agree with that. We need to just make this change and work with it and see if we can make it work. If not, we can always go back, tweak things and change things if necessary. But I think a sunset that you just put in there, willy-nilly kind of thing, doesn't make a lot of sense. So I'm in favor of that as well. I know there's been some discussions about when we meet, and that'll all come out in the survey. But one of the things in the survey that I saw that I think is really important, and I know Director Lewis has been pretty vocal about this of late, is public comment at the standing committees. And I have to agree that by the time things come to a board meeting, matters have come out of our committees with decisions fairly close to being made, and things are on consent agendas that don't get discussed. So I think having some public comment at those committee meetings is pretty important, and makes a lot of sense. And if we're going to say we're going to be transparent, then let's be transparent all around. So other than that, I guess I will answer my survey questions and see how that all goes. But thanks again for your work on this.
Thank you, Director Busick. Director Catlin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would echo my appreciation to both Directors Cook and Tisdale for all their hard work, and even reaching out to fellow directors to get their thoughts early on was really beneficial. And I think some of the dialogue that took place was really helpful for me. And I know we had talked about our committees were kind of stovepiped along the organizational lines of the departments, and this really kind of cross cuts across functional areas in a fairly meaningful way. So I really appreciate how you've developed the concept of these three primary committees, along with the executive committee and the audit committee. So I'm impressed. If we move forward on this, then it's going to be a heavy lift for the board staff to come up with revised bylaws as well as committee charters. And I know that if we want to hit the ground running at the first of the year, that's going to require all of us to pay pretty close attention and to support them in any way we can. So I am in support of this effort, and I will also fill out my survey. But I'm impressed with the work, and I just think it makes sense in our strategic direction for the agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Catlin. Director Cook, in alphabetical order, you go again.
Thank you. My cat just has impeccable timing. So one thing I wanted to suggest a change to the survey options offered. The text of the staff report talks about between 5 and 7 members. And just in working through some of what it would take to map out members into individual committees at, serving on 2 committees, say, and only, 5 is more difficult, or only 7 is more difficult than if you have some leeway. And so I thought for people to have that choice between 5 and 7, leaving a little leeway for how the system or the process that we decide upon to determine who's on what the membership is would be really helpful. And along those same lines, I would say to folks who are commenting, if you think there are options that ought to be included in the survey, but that aren't currently, please feel free as we go around the horn here to voice those, because GM CEO Johnson made an emphasis on the fact that this is a sample survey. And so if you have ideas for questions or options on questions that need to be added, then do that. So with that, I'll move along. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Cook. Director Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll echo the sentiments. Thanks to the 2 directors who worked hard on this. Yeah, thanks for bringing this all to us here. I had a couple of comments, I think, before I jump in, and then I have 2 questions. I'll just, Director Cook, I think that's a great point. I would agree. I think it would be nice not to necessarily limit to the exact number on the committee. I think there would be various times when some issues will be of more significance to the agency in one year or another, as set by the strategic plan. Also, I think we'll have different directors over the years with different areas of expertise. So being able to, allocate folks based on their expertise, as well as priorities of the agency, I think makes sense. I wanted to make a comment. I've had a chance to think about this a little bit, and thank you to the directors for reaching out to us to help us understand this a little better. But the finance and planning, I really appreciate that the planning has come together and that we're breaking out audit. I think we're all very clear on the need for audit to be a smaller committee that adheres to standards. I think in our situation, our long-term planning and expansionary efforts are inexorably linked to our financial situation. So I appreciate very much that those 2 things are together. So that's something I've been thinking about and looking at other boards, and it is a little different than some of the boards in our cohort. But as I've thought about that, I just would simply say I compliment you for putting those together. It makes a lot of sense for RTD. I did have a question or 2 here. So one thing that I did notice, this is part comment, part question. We've talked a lot about the importance of customer excellence and delivering value to customers, as well as employee ownership, 2 biggies. And those terms aren't in our committees, which, again, I think what is intended there is because we have a performance committee and that we're setting our strategic plan, those are within the auspices of the performance committee. It's just, I guess, a brief question. Is that the correct understanding of the intent?
If I may, Madam Chair, to Director Davidson, you're absolutely right when we talk about performance, because all we do is for the benefit of the customer, because without them, there's no need for us. So that's the mindset as it relates to all of this collectively.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO and General Manager. Madam Chair, if I may, just 2 other questions.
Absolutely.
So a related question, that was the one that jumped out to me as, is that a whole board thing? And so I know we have things in committee, but one of the things that I don't really have a formed thought around this. I think I'd be curious to hear the thinking of the architects of this. When I think about performance of the agency and how we measure that, our regular dialoguing on it, before we even have, when we're making decisions before they come to recommended action, that feels to me like a whole board discussion, given that it's a strategic plan, and then also given that our current strategic plan, we're talking about some very core things to the agency. So given that I don't really have a formed opinion on this, I was curious to hear whether from Director Cook, Director Tisdale, CEO and General Manager Johnson, or anybody else who might be able to lend a voice to this as to whether there was thinking that we may have whole, I'm not necessarily advocating for committees as a whole. By the way, I'm all for trimming down and getting this a little bit leaner. But that was the one that jumped out to me, is this might be a whole board thing. And I imagine that there were some of those discussions. So question, perhaps rhetorical to think about, but yeah, Director Cook, I'll hand off.
Yes, Director Cook, I assume you want to answer that? I
Yeah,
see your
thank you.
hand up.
That's fine. I will tell you that the Edie Stackrow book contemplates the strategic planning function as being a board function, a board as a whole function with the senior leadership team, coordinated together by one of the committees. In our case, it might be the Performance Management Committee, or it might be the Executive Committee, in tandem with the senior leadership and our CEO. So they did explicitly state that as the board as a whole needing to be really engaged, but that the process for that needed to be thoughtfully laid out. So I think a lot of what GM CEO Deborah Johnson has just completed with us pulled in some of that. But that is a good point. That is a piece that really doesn't go through a committee. It really needs to be more of a full board function. And the second piece that he identifies is what he calls a change portfolio. These are the issues, the looming challenges that go beyond the immediacy of any of the committees, even the planning committee, that are challenges, that the agency needs to direct special attention to. So those two things I think he saw as more full board things.
Thank you, Director Cook. You can put your hand down now. Director Davidson, does that complete your process at the moment?
Yeah, I appreciate just hearing the background on that. Just something I'll be thinking about with the surveys. I'm not sure if there's a way to form a question out of it, but that was the one thing that was sticking with me is, a whole board function is in that committee. And I would want to make sure we have everybody's voice and everybody's involvement with setting strategic plan and also measuring. I think it's one of the more, looking at our metrics is going to be one of the key things that the board can do to manage the agency. So just the final question I had was related to the executive committee. And it was when we're talking about the numbers, and there's a question in the survey about what the right numbers are. Are we thinking about changing the numbers or structure of the executive committee and the titles? And perhaps I missed that in some of the dialogue, but I just want to make sure it may make sense to also break that out as a separate survey question, that if for example, we're saying fewer than a certain number and that actually goes under what the current executive committee is. I just want to understand what we're dialoguing there. So a comment to maybe add that into the survey, and then a question of, are we looking at changing that?
Yes, Ms. Johnson, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. That discussion did ensue with our working group, and recognizing that we wanted to have everybody have a voice. There are a couple of different options as we look at other governing bodies, and more specifically within the transit rail. With an executive committee, there could be just officers, there could be additional members that are added. So that is for you all's discussion, and we will incorporate a question to garner a better understanding what the intent of this policy body is. And then more specifically, if I could go back to the previous question you had, Director Davidson, about the full board function as it relates to strategic planning, and the point that Director Cook had raised, when you keep in mind when we brought forward discussions for the strategic plan, that was collective of the entire body. And then when we brought forward the strategic plan for consideration, that did not go through committee, it went through a special board meeting. So keeping that in mind as we look at what we're doing collectively, using the strategic plan as the blueprint for the future, I think it's incumbent upon all of us to keep that in mind collectively as we talk about these different committees and what could happen in the various committees, because everything we do here basically is centered upon us delivering transit service, but we need to ensure that we have customers in relationship to delivering that. We need finances. So there's intersectionality with all of this as we go forward. So I just wanted to ensure that I could convey that point for y'all's consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Director Davidson, you good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Appreciate it.
Okay. Director Deschel, I think the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Directors Cook, Tisdale, as well for your really important work on this and the other comments that have been made. I'm going to try to keep it brief, I promise, but there's a lot to unpack here. So I'll start, sort of walking through the document and what's on here. And maybe I'll start with sort of general flavor for the comments, right? The flavor for the comments comes from one, being someone who is on the younger side, being someone who works full-time plus, someone who chooses to use transit, and someone who tries to center equity in what we do. I work about 50 hours a month on this board, and I am confident that I am on the low end of what everyone else contributes. And from an equity standpoint, from an efficiency standpoint, that's a problem. Right? We're a corporate board of directors. While we may be elected by the people, for me, we are gatekeeping in our current structure. So I'm really supportive of sort of opening the box and say, okay, let's see what's possible. And I actually remember being on a candidate info call, and I can't recall who it was, but a current director actually discouraged people from running unless they had a certain amount of time to devote to the job. And devoting and prioritizing the job is, of course, important. But to be able to meaningfully contribute to the board in the way that we're currently structured, I think we're overbuilt, and I think we could be a lot more efficient. I don't love the idea of the executive committee just being government affairs, unless that's truly what it is, in which case we should call it the Government Affairs Committee. I also sort of hold a belief, and this is not anything about anyone who is chair, has been chair. I just happen to believe that we should decentralize power when we have the opportunity to do so. And so I would really favor sort of looking at our executive committee and what it means and what each role does. And also I think it would be great for, frankly, culture and morale of the board, just to rotate it. You're off, and then you're a chair of a committee, and then you're on executive committee. You're off, which many boards do, right? You rotate leadership positions and you cross-train functionally. And the reason for that is, and we're already starting to see it this year, is certain people, and again, it's politics, it is what it is, but people try to form coalitions to get elected and form slates, and it creates, in my mind, an unnecessary division when we're all here. While we may disagree on the way in which we accomplish our goals, we're all here for the same reason, right? I don't think any of us volunteer, well, we are compensated. I don't think any of us spend the time that we do at the compensation rate that we do because it pays our bills, right? And I think the idea of having people run and having the chair withhold the amount of power that the chair does rubs against that. And so I would be pretty heavily in favor of looking at executive committee, deciding what it is that they really do. Does it need to exist? And really just looking at a rotating structure. You just rotate through. And, obviously if you want to opt out of one, sure, opt out, but let's not make it an extra part of our days to try to figure out, well, who's going to be chair and what does that mean? What committee am I going to get put on if this person's the chair versus if that person's the chair? I just think it could create a lot more equitable and more beneficial and more efficient structure. The rest of the committee structure I think is great. It seems to make a lot of sense. I would note that it would be great to see sort of, it's been talked about a lot that, equity and diversity and inclusion should be a part of what we do. It should be a part of an inherent in each of our committees. And that's missing, right? And I think as a part of this project, this process, the devil's going to be in the details. What are the bylaws? What does each committee actually do? And I think it's important for us to take a step back and interrogate what is our role as a board? And I know that we have vast disagreement amongst those of us sitting here, right? Is what does it mean to be a board? What is an appropriate role for us? And what is an inappropriate role sort of crossing into the management space? As far as the days and times committees will meet, I am pretty firm that 5:30 is, especially when we start meeting back in person. If you were someone who gets off at 5 and works in the northern part of District I or the southern part of Director Tisdale's district or way out Director Broom's district, or if you're in a district that's not in the central hub, and even if you are, it can take half an hour to get from the suburbs of Denver or even Denver proper to downtown at 5 p.m. Just can't. And so 5:30, I think would be on the early side, and I know that creates challenges for staff and for others, but it opens more opportunities for people who may not have as flexible schedules to be able to participate, be a part. I would love to see, what does it mean for an ex officio role to exist on these committees? I think it could be a really interesting use of the Citizens Advisory Committee to place some of them as ex officio members of our committees. I think it'd be interesting to see what it means to have someone from union, organized labor, as well as management, be ex officio on committees. I think they bring a really valuable, I think both groups bring a really valuable perspective that could be really beneficial and might better leverage, what they do and how they do it. As audit, it's great to see that broken out separately. And I think we're generally heading in the right direction. I think the rest of my statements covered the rest of sort of what's on the survey. Yes, a big yes on public comment being there, and happy to discuss more, but that's sort of where I am generally on this. And I think there's a real opportunity for us to take a step back. And I think I've talked about this in one-on-ones I've had with people. We almost need another retreat to decide what it is that we do as a board, right? We went through a ton of planning on strategic planning, and now it's sort of that time in a turnaround state to take a step back and say, okay, and what do we do and how are we going to do it? And I know giving up a Saturday, spend time with all of you is not what everyone wants to do, but I think it could be really beneficial and sort of speed up the timeline for getting some of these things done. And with that, I will yield.
Thank you, Director Deschel. I didn't hear that you needed anything answered at the moment. Thank you. So I'm going to move on. I believe that Director Geisinger would be next.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll echo the thanks for Director Cook and Director Tisdale. I know it's been a lot of work over a long time, and also appreciate the staff support in joining that committee to put it together. From the beginning, when we first started talking about the small committees, I've been a big supporter, and my support is all about the hope and conviction that these would make us more effective as a board, more effective as committees, and more effective as a board, and would give us the opportunity to have people who are interested in a particular area delve into the issues more deeply, get better discussions, those sorts of things. I think that the background portion of this discussion memo sets out some of the goals very well, which are to encourage full and fruitful debate by decentralizing decision-making, leverage members' relevant experience, and promote meeting efficiencies. I think those are all real important goals. And I've written down something similar to what Director Deschel said, which is, this would be a really good time for us to consider, what our role is, what are policy decisions that we look at, what are decisions that we don't look at. And in that regard, I'm okay with the proposal for the types of committees, but I don't have a sense of what exactly is coming to these committees. And to me, that's a critical piece, to get the board working together on what the scope of work would be. If the finance and planning committee, if we're putting those two together, is it financial planning? Is it overall planning? What are the things that are coming to that committee? I think it's probably okay to put government relations into the executive committee as long as it's intentional, as long as there's a scope that defines what exactly that committee's doing, because we clearly need some people working towards the outside, and many of us do, I think, as elected officials. But I think I would like to see, before we pass anything, more of a fleshed out scope of work that the board can discuss and go over. I agree with just on the couple of the survey things, Director Cook's point that maybe we don't need to define whether each committee is 5 or 7. Maybe if the statement in the bylaws, which I assume is what we're headed towards, says 5 to 7, then is the board changes and people's interests change and capacities, we could do it. I think it would be good to allow the members of the committee to choose their chair and vice chair, but I guess we'll all look at our surveys and answer those. And I guess, overall, as part of this, I think it would be good to help define a specific role for the executive committee or the specific roles. And this gets back to sort of defining the scope of work so that we know what is coming to these committees. But I think that would be helpful for the executive committee to be more effective. That's all I have for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Geisinger. Director Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions and then I'll provide some comments. My first question about the survey, is it an example or a sample, or is it a draft?
If I may, Madam Chair, Director
Please, ma'am.
Lewis. So I think it's nomenclature. It is a sample. Those are sample questions, just to give you an idea of the nature of the questions that would be posed.
Okay.
We're taking copious notes. Those questions would change at the conclusion of this discussion. And I am happy to relay to you all what we have heard. And there will be an opportunity for an open-ended aspect if in fact there's other elements that weren't asked on said survey, that people could offer up other ideas relative to areas that weren't touched upon.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And then I had a similar question to Director Davidson about the executive committee. Historically, the executive committee is comprised of folks who have been elected into those seats. And I was curious if the executive committee would operate in the same way, or if it would operate in a different way in terms of how folks are assigned to the executive committee. Do you just say, hey, I'd like to be the secretary and now I'm the secretary? Or are we anticipating that we will hold a vote or do something differently? So I'm a bit confused about that specific committee. So maybe Director Cook or Tisdale, you all might chime in your thinking and planning around that.
Yeah, I can discuss that and turn it over to Director Tisdale and see if the staff also. We haven't discussed any change to how the executive committee is elected, truthfully. It doesn't mean that there couldn't be or that there aren't other models. I mean, Edie Stackrow contemplates a sort of board governance committee that is composed of the board chair and the chairs of the standing committees. So, I don't, but in terms of your question, we didn't talk about any changes to the board elections of the officers. Correct me if I'm wrong, Director Tisdale or anybody else.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Relative to the executive committee, and I was going to speak more about that in my own comments as well, because this is more of a personal view than something we went through. The notion was that we discussed to increase the function of the executive committee, which in general, per the bylaws, is really confined to the setting of the agenda for the board meeting and not much else. Other items do come up and the executive committee weighs in on those, but the assigned task of the executive committee per the bylaws currently is to set the board agenda. The thought that I have had and that I shared with our working group was that if we give the executive committee an expanded brief and we say to them, we want you to take over the function of government relations, that it would be good, in my view, to have the executive committee consist of the 5 elected officers, but to add 2 other directors to it, so that that other function has some vibrancy and some more buy-in with the totality of the board as things work through the committee and then come to the full board for final approval. So as I say, if we're expanding the brief of the executive committee and saying, in addition to setting the agenda and perhaps addressing emergency matters that might arise, also adding the sense of government relations, that committee could easily and appropriately be expanded to a 7-member committee, allowing a broader buy-in by board members concerning those additional functions. So that's my reaction to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. Director Lewis?
Yeah, just one follow-up there, Director Tisdale, if I might. With the additional 2 members, and I'm glad you said that because it was the suggestion that I was going to have and I don't have to make it. Are those also elected as you would have the other members of the executive committee?
That's something, again, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
That's something that I was also going to address in my own comments relative to the overall selection. I think that it is appropriate for the executive committee to consist of the 5 elected board officers who do have some specific functions that are separate and apart from being involved with the committee. So in addition to having those 5 board officers, a part of the executive committee, that we would then have a separate selection process. And I do like the idea of having the board essentially weigh in on who's on what committees, whether that's by the chair nominating people to serve and then that nomination being subject to board ratification, or whether it's just a bubbling up process of having a committee election through the board for each of the committees. Either way might be functional, but I think that that's an important part of creating trust as to this change, and I'll address that more later on.
Great, thank you. And if I might ask our CEO to opine, because she and I have had these discussions and she might be able to provide some more information for the rest of the board as well.
Madam Chair,
Absolutely.
if I may, thank you very much, Director Lewis. And I think the points raised by Director Cook and Director Tisdale are very important ones as we look at an executive committee, recognizing that here, relative to the bylaws, it talks about setting meeting agendas and things of the like. In my experience, looking at other transit agencies, and this being the 7th at which I work, oftentimes with that executive committee functioning as, a policy and governance committee relative to ensuring that various issues are coming forward when we're talking about adhering to different aspects of regulatory compliance. When you all have ideas to put forward relative to setting policy, I'll give you an example while we were talking about there are certain elements we can do within the confines of, an SBE DBE program coming through the executive committee, governance policy committee. You could put forward a project labor agreement where we have set aside for local businesses and things like that, where you're providing meaningful input relative to changing the governing aspect and effectuating policy for the betterment of the constituencies in which you serve. So there's a myriad of different elements that can come before that committee collectively as we look to see what it is. And then more specifically as well, as Director Tisdale talked about, not just the 5 officers, but having the 2 additional members. That's something we talked about in the work group, of which I have seen and, support that in a general sense. But I leave that to you all to offer your input as we go through this collection of feedback via the survey instrument that we will utilize. I hope that added some additional input, Director Lewis.
It's very helpful. I do appreciate you taking the time to address that, as well as you, Director Tisdale, as well. I would, on this sample, the times are 4:30 and 5:30. And I'm curious if that would also pertain to or be the same for, the executive committee specifically, as sometimes we have meetings that happen at noon, sometimes we have meetings that happen at 3 o'clock. And so would each one of these committees take place on the second Tuesday and Wednesday of the month at 5:30? Are we talking about some inconsistency in time?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Sure.
the important factor here was to create cadence as we go forward to manage everyone's expectations so people could set their calendars. So the vast majority of the public would have an understanding, but we need that input from all of you. That's why it talked about 2 days. The more consistency we can provide as an organization and you as a governing body, I think gives credence to the public involvement aspect of which you have outlined as well.
Okay, thank you so much. That's really helpful. So I am quite firm on the 5:30 time, as someone who works full time, and many of you do, and not having the flexibility that many folks do in my responsibilities. I would appreciate us starting at 5:30, not for my schedule, but for the folks who utilize our services and who would have the opportunity to tune into our meetings. And so I hope we can keep that consistent. In addition to that, I just wanted to make I don't know if it's a correction or maybe state this differently, but in the discussion with Director Cook and Director Deschelle, or Director Cook and Director Tisdale, it says decrease the number of committees. And I wanted to say that it wasn't necessarily just decreasing the number of committees, because that could be interpreted as us not wanting to do a lot of work, and instead of being more efficient in our committees and how we do our work. And so I just wanted to say that, because at least when I had my conversation with Director Tisdale, I was very clear that it wasn't about the number of committees, but it was more about being efficient in those committees and getting things done. Thank you, Director Busick, for your comment about public comment, because that is really important to me. And that is something that I was quite excited to see come to be discussed as a part of this proposal, because by the time folks are coming to chat with us, we've already made our initial votes, and very rarely do we change them. And I'd love to hear from the public before making decisions, as they might bring something forward that might sway us to think differently about a topic. I, as you all know, was not really a fan of the smaller committees. It might be because I'm a nerd and I want to know all the things, but I have since had the opportunity to see where the benefits may be. One being the opportunity to decentralize the power for that chair position. And I would not feel comfortable with us moving forward with the smaller committees if we were to keep the chair position as it is currently, because I believe the chair has way too much power and I would just be concerned about that moving forward. Another concern that I have is around our executive committee setting I'll call it our political agenda, like governance and public affairs, as we've seen that show up with members of our board. And so I would be concerned that could potentially be the direction in which our executive committee functions in setting the agenda for the entire board and responding to politics in a way that are maybe not reflective of the perspectives and opinions of the entire board. And so that's just something to keep an eye out for. I would ask with the public comment that we don't ask people to pre-register, that we just allow them the opportunity to hop on the phone or on Zoom, get in the queue, speak their 3 minutes, and that be that. I would also ask for public comment to be, generally ask for our meetings to have accessibility in terms of translation for our documents and interpretation for folks to be able to participate. At the very least, we could, and that could be true for Spanish, the Spanish language at the very least, and we can maybe chip at other languages as we move forward. And so that would be a request that I have, as well as speech to text, so folks can read what we all are saying as they're watching these videos. And I would encourage us to keep in place Zoom meetings or access to Zoom or to phone if you are to return for the members to engage, because I think it does eliminate some barriers for many of the folks that we represent. And then finally, I have this question, and it might be a discussion for the board and something for you all to ponder on, because one of the committees is not the Civil Rights Committee. And while I'm not advocating to be the chair of the Civil Rights Committee, because I do believe that it's a position that tokenizes individuals, it's specifically myself as a woman of color, and I've said that to many of you before, I am curious as to how equity, inclusion, diversity, and belonging is going to be interwoven into the fabric of each one of these committees. That is a curiosity that I have. And so, I'm curious as to how you, Director Tisdale or Cook, were maybe talking about that as you all were designing this. And I'd love to hear from you all.
Director Tisdale, do you want to speak to that, or Director Cook, either one? I see Director Tisdale looks ready to speak.
Madam Chair, Director Tisdale is always ready to speak. Relative to the Civil Rights Committee and specifically the concerns about JEDI, Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, my statement during one of our committee meetings was to the effect that I believe that JEDI is not something that should be ghettoized or segregated, if you will, into a specific committee, but rather that it should serve as a lens for each and every committee, that is part of what we do. And it insinuates itself appropriately into all of these discussions. So my own personal view of this is that the charters that we draft should include a reference to the fact that JEDI is a lens through which everything that we do passes. And I would hope that we ultimately get to the point where we no longer even need to articulate that, but rather that it becomes part of the fabric of our very existence. And that rather than saying, oh, and we have to do this, it simply is endemic to the entire process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. Director Cook, do you want to respond to Director Lewis?
I really relied on the thinking of others, and in particular our staff. And I would turn over to Ms. Johnson, because she is the person who knows this through and through. How is equity, how is that infused in what we do as an agency? So please.
So Madam Chair, if I may, and thank you, Director Lewis, for that very important question. In the interest of full disclosure, we have talked about this, and I've talked with it about to many of you. So recognizing, as Director Lewis said, to put a label on something and check the box that we have diversity, and inclusion, and for me, even more so belonging. People need to feel as if they have a voice and that their voice is being heard. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And in relationship, from my vantage point as the leader of the organization, as we talk about the strategic planning initiative and having the value of diversity, which basically encompasses diversity of not only people and their ethnic makeup, but thoughts. And we have to be willing to accept those thoughts, because you don't have to be disagreeable when you disagree. So with that as a backdrop, I personally believe, as we look at this through various lenses, that it's incorporated in all that we do, because first and foremost, we would not be able to deliver transit services if we weren't adhering to the Civil Rights Act. But we can do much more than just saying that we are being compliant with Title VI. We can do much more than saying that we're being compliant with ADA. So when we talk about collectively about what this body can do, it's looking at those examples that I just provided previously in my comments, where we talked about the intention of the executive committee, where you can set aside policies as a governing body that would be beneficial to the overarching business of the regional transportation district, that would make a difference to ensure that there is equity in all that we do, and that we're not talking about equality, but equity in the sense of being fairness, not being the same in reference to whatever we're disseminating in certain parts of the region. So I think anything collectively is taking that stance, because I, as the leader in which you hired to lead this organization, will ensure that there is that element that is weaved throughout the organization. So that's what I would offer up. And I don't necessarily think there needs to be a specific committee. And I know Director Lewis understands that, as well as Chair Rivera Malpietti, as we talk about this collectively, but it's being intentional in reference to what we're doing. And I think that is the operative message as you think about these committees and making decisions for the betterment of the constituencies in which you serve. So thank you for the opportunity to provide some insight into that.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And that's really what I wanted to get to, is that it's the intentionality around that. And I will, Director Tisdale, I will say I was quite shocked to hear you use the word ghettoized. And I trust you meant segmented. However, I think it's important to recognize that words matter, and the topic of what we're talking about, it might have been interpreted differently from our listeners. And so just to be careful about the words that we are using in different spaces in the topics that we are discussing. With that, I have no further comments or questions, and I hope you all heard my firm, yes, I will take this, no, I will not take those, and more specifically, the importance of us coupling, restructuring that chair position with the smaller committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lewis. I'm sure that we heard you. I think Director Rosenthal is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thank you to Directors Cook and Tisdale for your good job, and of course, GM Johnston and your team as well for your work. So, being a new member, I don't really have the benefit of the, long-term experience that some of the other members do. I guess, I've been on for now going on 9 months. And so it's kind of, from that perspective, of course, having also been in the legislature, having been and currently on several boards. So, sort of bringing those perspectives, I guess, to my thought process and to my comments as well. So I guess, as I look at this restructuring proposal, I do like the concepts of smaller committees. Fewer committees. I like what Director Geisinger said, potentially have between 5 and 7, have a range so that we can increase, decrease, depending on, the needs or people who want to serve on one committee or the other. I guess I'm not as keen on, and I'm going to use the word, gutting the powers of the chair of the board. I want to make sure that we have a strong enough chair to really interact and create that working relationship with our general manager, and then helping provide sort of a strong leadership role within the board. But, my sense as I look at it, a chairperson as a first among equals. I mean, we're all equal, regardless of your title. We're all elected by the people, and the chairperson of the board is that first person to sort of take on that leadership role. So, I think it's okay to devolve some of the powers to the various chairs of the committees. I think, choosing those chairs and vice chairs can be through a democratic process. Nominating, seconding, I think that's fine. My concept for members of those committees is people who say they would like to be on them, and then maybe the chairs and vice chairs would, put together their slate of who they'd like to be on those committees, and then the executive committee would really hash it out and make sure that these are good teams. So that way, it's a little bit more of a set way to do it. That's not as chaotic. And I am a little concerned that we would create a structure that is a little too chaotic and create too much friction between members who are vying to be on this and vying to be on that. I don't want to see that. I think this board, one thing that I'm out in public a lot talking to people. If I can be so bold to say that I think this board actually works quite well together. I think we all pretty much get get along quite well. We don't have some of the elements of prior boards of frictions between members in public and such. So I think I'd like to keep that sense of, of us functioning well. And so I guess I want to make sure that we have a good structure that is not too chaotic. I do like the executive committee to be the current officers, and I do like the idea of adding 2, and that could be chosen. They could be rotated. I think it was Director Deschelle who was talking about some rotations. I do like that concept too, or it could just be people who want to be on it. Could be rotated. So say there are 5 members who want to be on that executive committee, and then they could rotate every 3 months, every 6 months. They could stagger the terms so both are not up at the same time. So I think there's some good structure that we could develop in that as well. I think those are all my notes at this time, and I really appreciate this discussion by all the board members, and this is very thoughtful. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rosenthal. I think that Director Sloan has been waiting to speak.
I am, and I've been wrestling with my mute button, but I think I won. I would like to say that until I got the packet and started reading about the committee structure, I didn't realize how important our decision is about how we structure the committees. But when we got the packet, I did start digging in, and I'm nowhere near Director Cook or Director Tisdale in investigating the issues, but I did spend some time digging into what other transit agencies are doing. As everybody said, there are so many reasons why smaller committees would be more efficient and better for governance of the RTD board. But I think we also need to recognize that by its very nature, an immersion in 1 or 2 committees means letting go of an in-depth, in the beginning, knowledge of other board issues. So that means we're going to change the working relationship between board members and with staff. We'll need to trust in each other and trust in the process. But I think it's worth doing and worth getting right. As far as structure goes, like so many of the folks who've talked today, I really commend the work, but I've taken a hard look at the executive committee and the performance committee, which are the ones that others have mentioned. And I would suggest dividing up their roles differently from what Director Tisdale has called the stalking horse of this proposal. And other board structures, one thing that seems in common is that the executive committees were often the overseers of GM CEO performance. And that makes sense to me because I see the executive committee as assisting the entire board in the task of overall governance. And it's that key relationship between the general manager and the board that makes this relationship work. And since we've done the strategic plan, and it's so closely tied to the GM CEO's performance, I would suggest that the compliance with the strategic plan would also be given to the executive committee. And I don't know, we all have different ideas about this, and I don't know how it goes, but that was what I came up with. And of course, that ends up giving the executive committee an extraordinary workload. And pretty much taking away everything that the performance committee had. So I would suggest taking away the public relations task of the executive committee and do like many other boards do and have an external relations committee that is assigned public relations, communications, community engagement, and legislative strategies. There are many other boards that have done it. One calls it, Cleveland, in fact, calls it the External and Stakeholder Relations and Advocacy Committee. I think that's an important part of the board's role, and I think that committee could be a standalone group. And I realize this, all of this brings up so many issues that we're not going to be able to predict. I agree that we should go forward with the small committees, the in-depth committees. But I also believe we should commit to each committee conducting a review at least in the third quarter of 2022, and perhaps ongoing, because issues and board members are always going to change. That said, I commend all this work, and I look forward to working under a new structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sloan. I see, I'm going to interrupt for just a moment before I go back to Director Tisdale. I see that Director Broom has his hand up. Director Broom, you did not speak on the first round. Do you wish to speak now?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple observations. I personally like to have a strong chairman of the board and not somebody that's just simply calling balls and strikes. I expect them to actually pick the chairs of each of these smaller committees. And on the smaller committee size, maybe this is for the bylaws, but we need to have an even number of people on the committee so that you don't end up with tie votes to mess around with. And the other thing is that while other board members are welcome to attend these meetings, that if you're not on the committee, you can't vote on stuff that's going on within the committee. And you can be recognized by the chair or not recognized by the chair, because I've seen situations where, and this happened on city council, where people would call in a couple of their council people friends on a particular item to outvote the people on the subcommittee. And of course, that distorts the whole process, because the time to make a final vote is when it goes to the full board for action. But those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Broom. Director Tisdale, alphabetically, you're up again.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity, and I appreciate the vibrant discussion. I have a couple of points that I wanted to make myself, and then I wanted to respond to some of the comments that have been made by directors. Regarding the executive committee itself, the notion that I believe we are putting forth, and I think it is fair to say, yes, this is a stalking horse. This is an opportunity for us to look at this and determine whether or not this general structure seems to work. We believe that it does, based upon our extensive research over the course of almost 2 years and looking at this, not quite. And I think increasing the executive committee by 2 to make it a 7-member committee would serve a lot of very valuable purposes that we have already articulated, and I won't repeat here. The comment made by Director Sloan relative to having an external relations committee, that really is the intent behind the stalking horse when we talk about the executive committee and government relations. Really, perhaps it would be, in my own estimation, a fairer description to say that it would take on the task of external relations, and that includes communications, public relations, government relations, other external relations. I think it's the body that is perhaps best suited to do that, and I think it's important to have those two additional members in order to create that trust factor, and I'll say more about that in a moment. The important thing about Director Buzek's comment that I want to reiterate is the transparency that comes about by allowing public comment at the committee meetings. The board meetings themselves, and I don't think we're talking about eliminating public comment at board meetings, although the board in its wisdom might choose to do that. But I think that there is so much benefit that comes from public comment during the course of the committee meetings, and there is so much goodwill that we establish by creating that additional transparency that it's an element of addition to the committee meetings that almost speaks for itself, and I think it's an excellent idea. The issue of trust has been raised several times, and that's the reason that I personally advocate for a selection process that is slightly different. The reason that this board, and we talked about this in our white paper that we presented a year ago on this subject, the reason that the board went from the prior structure of having smaller committees and going to committees of the whole was a lack of trust. And there was a sense that, well, we can fix that. We'll just make them committees of the whole. Everybody gets to participate. And there isn't that sense that someone has been frozen out. A way to address that now that was not considered then, that I think would have helped the process back then, is to say the selection process for the committee members is one that is more democratic. Now, whether that's done by virtue of a slate being proposed by the chair and then the board acting, or by a pure democratic process of board members receiving nominations and then being selected those committees, I leave that to the board as a whole to determine. But something that creates this opportunity for selection to be broader based is critical in establishing that trust. Regarding the voting rights of attendees at meetings rather than the members, as Director Bouquet raised, I think for the reason that Director Broom mentioned is problematic, and I don't think that serves a good purpose for us here going forward. Remember, the decision by the committee does not create a fait accompli. It is not a final determination. The matter still comes before the board. If the committee comes in with a recommendation of 4 members in support of something and 3 members opposed, all that tells you is that 4 members like it. It doesn't tell you that the board likes it. So I think that purpose is served of giving every member of the board a voice in the process by having committee members vote and then having the board discuss the matter and make a final decision. To address again the question of Director Bouquet, no, it's not intended as a pilot project. It is intended as a change to the bylaws that shows that we're committed to it. But I will say again, and several other directors have mentioned this, that we always have the right to do mid-course corrections, tweaks, modifications, whatever verbiage you choose to use. And I apologize if I use any words that might inadvertently and unintentionally cause distress to anyone. But whatever language you wish to use, I submit that we can look at this again. And it's probably a valuable tool to say after 9 months, we want some review from each of the committees as to how they're functioning and whether they see the need for modifications to the charter, but not for a jettisoning of the entire process. Relative to the question raised by Director Davidson on strategic planning, yes, to repeat again, strategic planning is a board function. The use of the word planning in addressing one of the committees relates to what we typically talk about as planning, service planning and capital projects. That's what the planning is about. The planning is not about subsuming the strategic plan into the purview of this committee and having it provide that oversight. Strategic planning is a board function. Recall, that's the reason that we have annual retreats. Our current bylaws require that we have annual retreats, and that is for planning purposes, strategic planning purposes. Then relative to the committees selecting their own chair and vice chair, as Director Geisinger raised, that's a function that could be done. Once again, if we have a democratic process for the selection of the members of the committee in the first instance, however they might be nominated by the chair, nominated by the executive committee, or nominated from the floor, 3 different models that might work. The committee members might select their own chair or vice chair, and that could be a perfectly workable solution. I've addressed the executive committee a couple of times before. To go back to a comment by Director Lewis, I think you stated well. We're not talking about minimizing the number of committees for the sake of minimization. We're talking about increasing efficiency by decreasing the number of committees. A comment was made also regarding speech to text. I have to tell you, I spent several hours today in the Wall Street Journal Future of Everything seminar, and it was wonderful to be able to read the comments that everyone made on the screen while they were talking, because sometimes my ears don't function as well as I would like, and I have to admit that's something that would be nice. I already mentioned JEDI as a lens, and I've addressed the issue of trust, which I think is critical in this process, by saying, let's have the selection process of the committee and the committee chair and vice chair in a different way so as to establish and keep vibrant that trust amongst each of us. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for letting me go on at length.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. Director Lewis, I see your hand, but I'm going to finish letting everybody have a first bite, and then I will come back to you straight away. Thank you for your patience with that. Director Whitmore, I believe you are next.
Is it tomorrow yet? Let me tell you, this has been an interesting conversation to take part in. I'll try and be brief. A little bit of concern about the somewhat significant change in the executive committee role. You know, I've not been on the executive committee. It's difficult for me to make a day meeting. You know, I guess I have been struck that the executive committee hasn't had a lot of duties beyond agenda planning and a few things of that nature. But however, under this new structure, obviously significantly more activities, and certainly I would think more time consuming, especially weighing in during the legislative session. You know, communications from perhaps the oversight of our general manager and other duties of that nature. So I'm going to have to chew on that, bite a bit longer, and certainly will give my input during the survey portion of the meeting. I don't know that I have a strong feeling on the way the executive committee is selected. I guess I tend to lean on the traditional methods. I do favor adding 2 more members to the committee. I think you bring some more expertise and perhaps non-officers into that fold. It's probably a good thing, and make sure that we have a diversity of thought and diversity of districts represented on the executive committee. I do think the setting of the meeting times ahead is very vitally important, so we can kind of find where our niche may be if so selected. With that, I think my questions have been asked, and wonderful questions. I appreciate comments from everybody, very thought provoking, and a lot of things have been answered. And with that thought in mind, thank you to our 2 members of the board that worked diligently for 24 months on this matter, Directors Cook and Tisdale, and obviously to Ms. Johnson, Mr. McKay, and others on staff. Appreciate the hard work and certainly understand there's much more work to come in this regard. But I look forward to the survey and seeing how things shake out for future conversations and decision making on this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Whitmore. Chair Rivera Malpiedi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I really want to thank the board for their this really, really valuable conversation, because I find it very exciting. And as you know, we've been in the process of doing some really serious systemic changes to this agency, the 16th largest transit agency in the country. Geographically, it's huge. And the number of people that we are setting policy for is over 3 million people. And I try to remember that. As the board chair, and have been for the last 2 years, I agree with a lot of what everybody is saying. I can tell you, sitting from this chair, appointing committee chairs and vice chairs is no small task. And I have always thought that that should be shared with the executive committee and then ratified by the board. I think that it is all of our responsibilities to determine who should sit in those seats, right? So in addition to the committees, there are 13 other outside committees that you have to appoint for, that you have to keep in mind who has the availability to participate. And so I will just say this as an elected official. When I ran for the RTD Board of Directors, I did it understanding completely that I would have to commit time to it, and that I would have to make arrangements with my boss to be able to do it. Because the reality is we are working with a big agency that needs to get a lot of work done. It can't be centered around us. We have to center around the people. So that's the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is I think this is an exciting time for us as a board of directors to determine what we want our role to be as we move forward and how we want to implement it democratically, and also really incorporating all of those really important issues. And actually, for a lot of us, it's, the whole thing around justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion should be permeated through everything we do and say, not just a standalone committee. And so I think that this conversation is clearly on the right track as far as I'm concerned. In terms of the committees, I agree with the 3 committees that have come up, plus the ad hoc committee for the audit. And I really think that this is our opportunity to mold this the way that we feel needs to move forward, so that our general manager is also very successful. Because remember that we are the policy, she is the management, and we have to work together for the good of the people. And I think that that's really, really something I think about on a regular basis, since I have the privilege to work with our general manager. I know how much time it takes to volunteer to be in some of these leadership positions. And it is something that I take very, very seriously. And so I would just say that this is a great board. This is a talented board. And this is a board that has been really ready to take the helm and try new things and to think out of the box. And so I feel very honored to have been sitting in this chair for the last 2 years. And I'm really looking forward to next year in the new chair to see what they do. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can thank each other, Madam Chair, Madam Chair. Director Busick, I see your hand. I will recognize you after Director Lewis, and I will recognize her after I recognize myself as a member of the board. I just have a couple quick things. There's pros and cons to being the last alphabetically. You do get to hear everybody, but sometimes it's a long time to wait to have your 2 cents worth thrown in there. So I have an interesting comment that I'm going to say it now, and then I'm going to say all my comments and we'll come back to it. I had not been familiar previously with the term stalking horse that has been used repeatedly through this meeting. And the definition that I see is a false pretext concealing the real intention. So I'm very, very interested to hear that that has been part of this discussion, and maybe we can come back to that when I'm finished. I also happen to agree with Director Geisinger that I think the first thing we need to do is have a description of each of the committees before we can look at how many people and who are appointed to those committees. So I think we have the stalking horse before the other horse, however that works. And then I think that I'm okay with public comment all the time, except I feel very strongly that the RTD board meeting is not an open platform for people to just come and speak about anything they want to speak about. I think that public comment should be restricted to the subject matter in front of the committee at a committee meeting. And as long as that is adhered to, I'm fine. You know, we're not a bully pulpit for people just to come and talk. They can go down to Channel 9 if they want to do that. But I think if we establish some rules, then the idea of having more public involvement always is good for our health. So that's all I have to say. I see Director Deschel after Director Busick, after Director Lewis. And since we have now completed the alphabetical round, anybody who wants to speak, raise their hand. And I'm going to start with Director Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick clarity question for Director Tisdale. Director Tisdale, you said that I understand that non-committee members can't vote, but can non-committee members, as you all have been discussing it thus far, bring agenda items to those committees?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
We always, well, I shouldn't say we always, we currently have a process whereby a matter may be brought before the board at the initiation of 3 directors.
Correct.
And the process for that is to go through a committee and then to come to the full board.
Mm-hmm.
So there is no contemplation in our discussions that we would take away that process of having 3 directors initiate a matter. We do not currently have a process where a single director may say, I want to put this action item on the agenda. The rule of 3 has been designed much like the rule of certiorari in the Supreme Court. If you can't find 4 people who agree we should talk about this, we're not going to talk about it. So with us, it's the rule of 3, where we say if you can't find 2 other people who agree we should talk about this, then we're really not inclined to talk about it. But that's a separate bylaw, and that's not addressed in the discussion that we've had. And yes, I think there's a more modern definition of stalking horse, by the way, and I'll stay with the term unless it causes offense, in which case I'll withdraw immediately. But in this proposal, there is nothing in there that would change the rule of 3 for a matter to come before the board.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. I appreciate that. And just for the, from my own understanding, it's my understanding that the rule of three does apply unless you are the chair. And in which case you can bring matters before the board as the chair. So just to clarify that. I also wanted to comment because I appreciate you bringing trust as a part of this conversation. And while the board hasn't done any work to mitigate or to mend or to fix the trust, it is important that we have that in order to move forward in having smaller committees. And I'd like to respond to Director Rosenthal's comment about chaos. I think it's important to understand that decentralizing power doesn't lead to chaos, right? Just like someone holding power doesn't lead to order, and that power is not leadership as well. And so I think that's important to note, as we've seen in these positions, and as Chair Rivera-Malpiedi has stated, that it's something that she's wanted to do as the chair to co-govern and to make that selection. And I think that I appreciate her putting that on the table. You know, I do understand that many folks, when they run for office, that they anticipate that they're going to be busy with RTD stuff. But if we are truly going to have diversity in thought, diversity in experience, diversity in age, diversity in, I mean, the whole gamut of things, we do have to think about when we are having and holding our meetings. If those things are happening at 11 o'clock in the morning, that is going to bring about a certain demographic of folks who have the flexibility within their schedules, or maybe don't have schedules, to be able to attend at an 11 o'clock meeting versus an evening meeting at 5:30. And so while I appreciate that there are some folks who have that flexibility, I would say generally, I don't know if that flexibility is had by the folks that we represent. That's the first piece. And I also am weary of asking people to take personal time to come attend one of our meetings, or vacation time to come attend one of our meetings. That just doesn't seem like we are putting people first and valuing folks. And so I hope that we are thinking in that way. And then I wanted to add, we've talked about JEDI, Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, but I want us to bring into the discussion the belonging. As a Black queer woman on this board, the belonging is really important. And we talk about people bringing different perspectives to the board and having disagreements without being disagreeable. And I would be curious as we are developing these committees, how are we intentionally creating belonging within the board for folks who do have different experiences, who do stand on principles and may not move forward as collectively on specific agenda items, and still having mutual respect and trust and showing that respect and trust to individuals with different experiences, with different perspectives, and being respectful as you move forward and progress. And so it's not just about justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, but it's also about belonging. How are we making people feel like they belong not only on this board, but that their voices belong to be heard in by each of us as their elected representatives, that their voices belong and deserve to be heard in the decisions that we are making, and that we aren't creating barriers intentionally or unintentionally that really yields the same kind of answers and the same kinds of results. So those are my only comments. And I wanted to say, Director Tisdale, you did miss the, you got the text, the speech to text, but you missed the interpretation and translation, the Spanish. So I'm sure you heard it. I just wanted to make sure you wrote down.
Thank you, Director Lewis. Director Busick, I think it's your time.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a couple quick comments. You know, on reflection, I really think that some of the comments made by Director Sloan were quite interesting as it pertains to the makeup of the executive committee, or the makeup of the responsibilities of the executive committee. And it may make sense to kind of flip flop the GMOC type activities with the government relation type activities, move that out of the executive committee and move the GMOC type activities back into the exec committee. I think either way makes sense, but I like that idea. I think it makes a little more sense to me, at least. Second thing I want to weigh in on is the expansion of the executive committee. I'm against that. Numbers, and were it not for the expansion of responsibilities, I would be proposing that we reduce the number of the executive committee to 3. So because that's really all you need. But with the responsibilities being added, 5 seems right. And leadership. This is perceived as the leadership group of the board, right? And that should mean something. When it's almost half the board, it kind of loses some of its meaning. So that's all I say. If we're going to do a survey, let's put reduce to 3 as one of the options. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Buzek. I believe that Director Deschel is next in line.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple thoughts, a couple questions. I have questions this time. I'm not just going to talk. On the thoughts piece, I think it's important to acknowledge that maybe we just don't call it the executive. Maybe we call it something else, right? And does that power structure need to exist? And that traditional power hierarchy is a part of white dominant culture and runs contrary to collective decision making. And that's okay, but we just need to understand that and what that means for people who are not part of white dominant culture, who are not part of that background, and what that means to invite people in or not. And whether we actually, right, because to say, I want collective decision making, but also I want a strong leadership and strong executive side, those are in opposition. And so I just think we need to be really intentional with what we say, and not just say things for the sake of saying them and looking good on the record. On the notion of trust, I happen to think that this is maybe more of a management thing or a board management thing, but as we go to smaller committees, I know on the GMOC we have buddies, and I'm curious if any thought has been given to a buddy structure, or in lieu of that, some sort of, unofficial document that is not as bare bones as our minutes, which I understand are corporate minutes and are drafted in a way for liability purposes and are really just person X voted, person Y voted, person X was the movement, person Y was the movement, and a 3-hour transcript, right? There needs to be an in-between. That isn't listening to it on 1.5 speed, because that doesn't work for everyone either. Has any thought been given to that component of it? How do we maintain trust and communication?
I'm not sure who wants to answer that question. General Manager Johnson, you've been fairly quiet. You want to take that one?
Well, in actuality, I would defer to the board members because I believe this discussion is pursuant to trust amongst all of you. So I think I'd be stepping out of my lane with all due respect.
Not a problem for me. Director Cook?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question and something that had come up too in a conversation on the phone. If we're going to allow and encourage public comment at committee meetings where not all board members will have attended, then it would be really helpful to make sure a transcript that includes those comments goes to the board when it sees what happened at the committee level and when it comes to the board meeting. So I agree with that. I think that's something worth talking about. I did have some other comments, but I'll wait until I'll wait my turn in queue as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Deschel?
Another question. Have we given any thought to the notion of a first read and second read in front of the board? So an action would come through committee, go for first read in front of the board and second read. I recognize that we would lose some of that efficiency, but from my perspective, we in many ways create the same problem, which is the board only really sees it once. And you're sort of put in well, I'm not going to not approve the service change because then it means there's no service change. Or I'm not going to not approve the budget because, well, then we don't have a budget. It sort of puts you in a nuclear option position. Have we thought about sort of a first read, second read, whether in committee, out of committee, to allow for greater deliberation and change to be made before something comes all the way out?
Again, I'm wondering who wants to answer that. Director Tisdale, Director Cook, anybody else on the board that would like to speak to that?
It didn't come up, the experience I've had, and maybe others can chime in who've been on city councils where you have a first and second reading, is the first reading is always just a pass through. It's not meaningful in terms of gaining an added review. There will be, the rare time once every year or two where some members may vote not to hear it at public hearing, for example, but generally it's an important step. It's required for noticing provisions, but in terms of discussion and the caliber of discussion, it didn't really add anything in my experience. I don't know what anybody else thinks there. Just lengthens the time it takes to act on stuff.
Thank you, Director Cook. Director Deschel.
Yeah, helpful. And then I have two more questions.
Have at it.
Related. The first is, have we thought about terms and when we start? So right now we start on the calendar year and it's a 12-month term-ish. There's sort of like 4 days, I think, 4 to 6 days, whatever the case may be. But thinking about, does it make sense to do a 12-month term or an 18-month term or a staggered term where you elect a chair and a chair-elect? And the chair-elect starts to shadow in the last 3 months or 6 months of the chair's position. I know that's a structure that some boards use. And I know larger nonprofits often use that sort of board-elect, board emeritus type position, and just wanted to raise that as if we've given any thought to that and just something to be thought about.
Great input. And did you have one more after that?
No, that's just, have we thought about the reasoning behind why we do 12 months and why we do it in January versus June or August?
Okay, you good for the moment?
It sounds like, or it looks like we did not consider it. So yes, I'm good for the moment.
I think as part of the discussion, we are raising these issues and not necessarily answering all of them. Forgive me if I'm in error, but it's part of the discussion. Thank you so much, Director Deschel, for that input. Director Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two comments and a question for our General Manager and CEO. So first, one comment, just some food for thought. Really appreciate Director Sloan, Director Busick, some good thoughts about executive committee, whether government relations ties into that or not. Just some food for thought. I think there are some executive committees in the transit world that do include that, given that we are a policy body, given how significant the relationship needs to be in terms of our legislative priorities and capabilities. I'll just point to one for, example, Sound Transit in Seattle. Their executive committee has a larger purview than maybe what we've got summarized here, but does engage on the legislative side as well. And just also food for thought in that I could envision us, and Director Deschel, love the idea of getting together as a board for a strategic, how do we want this board to operate going forward? Because I could see us having discussions like bolstering staffing capability on the board side of things and building out capability, particularly where we have to engage in legislative priorities. It could make sense for that to be in the purview of executives. So just some thought. Second comment, I just wanted to clarify, Director Tisdale, thanks for mentioning the planning. Made me realize I need to clarify my comment. I am completely aligned with the project and program management, service planning, those types of plans falling in the purview of finance. Makes complete sense to me with where this agency is. This leads to my question. My reason for bringing up the performance and the strategic planning. So thank you for all of the comments and answers. That very clear strategic planning will remain a function of the entire board within a special board meeting. Very clear, very helpful. I still am kind of hesitating and pausing on this performance committee, given that I think that there's the opportunity, when I look at all these different committees, the way that us as a board can most easily manage and keep track of the organization is looking to the CEO and general manager as how we're doing against the success outcomes that we've laid out. So I imagine that I know recommended actions any action that we take will come out of committee and come to the board. But I would envision that quite a bit of substantive discussion will actually take place within that performance committee. And that's something that I've seen certainly in the private sector, but also in the public, where that would be an entire board discussion. One of our board meetings may include the topic of reviewing our success outcomes, reviewing how we're tracking against strategic plan. Again, I'm not necessarily one way or the other this, and that's why my question to CEO and General Manager Johnson would be, given that you have been to a multitude of transit agencies, some that, look more like us as a peer and some that certainly don't, I'm curious what your perspective is as to whether it does in fact make sense to have a committee, as we have outlined here, that's dedicated to measuring performance, or if that does in fact belong in a broader topic for an entire board of directors meeting. So if you wouldn't mind just commenting on that, it would be helpful for me to hear your experience and opinion.
So thank you very much, Director Davidson. So when you talk about peers, let's just look at the other two boards directly elected by a constituency. So when you look at the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District, they have a Public Affairs and Access and Legislation Committee. It's been in existence. I worked back there in the early 90s. It recognizes the PAL committee, right? They also basically have the opportunity to, put forward ballot initiatives and tax themselves as they pay for the seismic retrofit of the Transbay 2. So when we talk about the aspects around public affairs, access, and legislation, that incorporated a myriad of different things. So we can't simply just look at other agencies and say, what optimally is it that we should do, but basically ask the question of the board itself, what is it that you all would like to do in your capacity as being policymakers? Because on the flip side, AC Transit, the other board being the Alameda Contra Costa Transit District, also in the Bay Area, that's elected directly by a constituency. They don't have that same committee per se, but they do have something along the lines of, customer service excellence and so forth. But they're also in an area in which there are in excess of 25 transit agencies in the immediate area in which they provide service. So when we talk about different aspects around policy, the paratransit provider works collectively, it's a consortium. And so there's a myriad of different things. And as we talk about sound transit as well, that's a different model, collectively, because they basically, for all intents and purposes, outsource most of their service delivery. So we have to ensure that we're digging deep and not just looking as if it's apples to apples. We have to ensure that we understand that there's apples to fish in certain elements. So one thing for certain as we engage in this dialogue is discerning what it is that this body collectively hopes to achieve. Because as we talk about performance, overarchingly, as we talk about how are we measuring ourselves in relationship to what we are delivering. When we're talking about revenue service per hour, we're talking about on-time performance and recognizing I am leading the organization and the lines of having discussion. It's being very transparent and forthright in relationship to making those types of data readily available through performance scorecards and having open and transparent discussions. So in the sense of this garnering a lot of dialogue, I think it's opportune that we are having discussions around this, because basically that was the nature of putting forward the recommendation that the directors worked on in conjunction with me and my team, to get an understanding of what it is that we're hoping to achieve. What are you all collectively hoping to bring forward that will effectuate the betterment of the district in reference to what we are? And when I say what we are, in the sense of we are a transit provider, are we trying to, set policy as we look at, transportation equity issues as a whole. So I think all of that comes into play, and to the point that was raised about us structuring these committees previously as related to department alignment. That was something interesting to me, because basically I, as the leader of the organization, have the opportunity to restructure the organization so I can perform my job, because I can't do that by myself, right? So I know my answer is sort of circular in that, but I've seen it in both ways. To answer your question, it's contingent upon the transit agencies having worked for, this is the second board work, directly elected by a constituency. I've worked for special districts. I've worked for, gubernatorial appointees. I've worked for agencies that were created by Congress and a congressional compact. So it just depends on what we're really trying to solve for. So I don't know if that helps you or not, but
Director
Yeah, thanks
Davidson?
for the additional context in the comments.
welcome.
Thank you.
You good? That's it? Don't forget to take your hand down.
That's
Thank
it.
you. Director Geisinger?
Thank you, Chair. I think that was a really good introduction sort of to my thought. I think there are a lot of really fundamental good questions that are coming up tonight. And, some of them relate to how we work together. And I think Director Lewis's question or urging about belonging and recognizing that and the issues around trust as we talk about whether the chair is appointing these things or whether we're voting. I think those are all real important issues. And I also think in terms of just effectiveness, we're getting some great ideas. I don't know which is better, to have the executive committee working more as, an outward looking committee, government relations sort of committee, or as a GMOC performance, but I think that's worth looking into. And I guess, the trick coming from a discussion with all of us of 15 is how we move this forward. So I guess I'm urging the committee, the staff and board committee that's been working on this to get our answers on a survey and then bring it back so that we can whether it's a retreat or just another opportunity to discuss some of these issues and make some decisions about how we make this board ours and work best for us. I hope we can move this conversation forward another time. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Geisinger. Director Cook?
Yeah, thank you. So I wanted to, there have been so many comments and a lot of discussion is centered on the executive committee, the roles of the committees, how that's fleshed out. It wanted to suggest an intermediate step. I'm not sure if it comes before or after the survey. It just doesn't seem like that's the kind of thing that can be refined via a multiple choice question. And so we can define whether or not the board supports a 5 or a 7 member or a 3 member executive committee. We can determine what they favor in terms of selecting the chair and vice chair, but having some more discussion or a review of some proposed wording for what is the scope for all the committees. I think that would be really helpful. It just seems like there isn't yet an agreement about what the committee confines are for these different areas, and in particular, the executive committee, perhaps as well, the GMOC, maybe even some of the other two. So just wanted to suggest that as a sort of wrap up of what I've been hearing from people. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Cook. Director Rosenthal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And listening to this discussion almost makes me think like, gosh, I so enjoy and like hearing from all, 14 other of you, and that some of that would be lost if we did go to a smaller committee system. And so I think hopefully members also understand that, that there would be a loss to something that we have now. And so, perhaps we should also consider not changing at all. And I'm not saying that that's something I support or want, but we should also keep that in mind that, maybe there are certain parts of what we're doing now that are actually pretty good. Also, what I've been hearing is a little bit about actually quite a bit about the executive committee, and but that also begs the question about the officers themselves. And so when I'm in public, which as I say, I meet a lot of people and they're like, oh, you're the treasurer, and like, oh, you have access to all the money. And like, well, no, not really. So so my thought is, do we really need all the officers, and including the treasurer position? And so maybe, and there's been a lot of discussion about just a chair and vice chair, and maybe those should be the only elected positions. And I know that would also require a change to the bylaws. So, because really, and I'll just say about this position of treasurer itself, it really has no real purpose other than, being on the executive committee, and with all due respect, I do get to sign checks and things like that. That is a necessary and an important role. However, I think the chair and the vice chair could probably handle most of those times. I have gone in upon occasion to sign those. So I'm just thinking if I could throw that out to the members as well, maybe and that would go to Director Busick's point, which is if we just need 3 people on the executive committee, that would be the chair, the vice chair, and maybe one rotating member who would come on, who wants to be in the executive committee, and we rotate that person on every 2 or 3 months. So I think, if we're going to be really, looking to make a lot of changes, then we should also look at those roles as well. And speaking of making a lot of changes, I think to sort of, and I hear what Director Lewis was sort of providing some feedback, and I appreciate that. And I guess my perspective is that the more changes you make, that we all make to this board and to our governance structure, the more opportunity evolves to make it a clunky arrangement that we've all been talking about, actually, like, well, this is not going to be an interim measure. This is going to be a permanent measure. And if this is permanent, then we're gonna start to see the clunks the more changes we make. And so that's what I was really trying to allude to, is that those clunkiness could create a chaotic environment that I think would detract from the work of the board, to where we focus more on the clunkiness and not on the policy and the measures we're trying to pass. So I believe those are some of the things I'd like to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rosenthal. I'd like to, I don't see any more. Oh, Director Lewis, I'm going to come back to you in just a minute. There is one thing that I have not heard anybody mention yet, and I want us to consider in terms of our fiscal responsibility, is that we need to look at what kind of staffing would be required to make the kind of changes that we are looking at, in terms of minutes taken to put out to the rest of the people who weren't there. And we are fiscally constrained already, in my understanding, and this sounds to me like this discussion might involve more work from Mr. McKay and Ms. McManus and the people who support this group as they work. So I just wanted to have us keep that in our minds. And so I see Director Lewis and Director Davidson. Director Lewis?
I've wondered this question since I've gotten I had the chance to serve on this board, is when topics like this come about, I've always wondered where the opportunity for us to work together collectively as a board, and to not just have these topics as an agenda item. And we all recognize this is going to be a long meeting and we have other things that we want to get to, but like, could we have an additional session where we are working through these things together? We're having conversations, we are putting things on the table, taking them off the table, really proofing some of these things and having authentic dialogue. I don't know if it's a study session or something that's less around the Roberts rules and more around us being able to openly dialogue, ideate, brainstorm, and put a plan together, because I'm concerned. I would love to, I guess it's not necessarily a concern, but my expectation is that you will take this feedback and then we'll get in September or October this on our agenda for a decision, and then we'd have to make a decision. But I'd love to see like different iterations of this where we're truly, working together and establishing what this is and what this isn't as a board. And we've not done that. And so I wonder if there's opportunity for us to do something like that.
I don't know if that's a question or you're just putting it out as part of the concepts that we're collecting here. Are you looking for an answer right now?
I mean, it could be a question for Director Cook and Tisdale because they're leading this process. But it also could be a question for the chair and how we move forward. But I'd love to see us actually work on this together and not have Directors Cook and Tisdale take these back and bring it back to us and hope that they get it right, but we can get it right together, essentially.
Okay, well, I'll take that as a suggestion. Director Cook, you want to speak to that?
Well, I did
No.
just talk about an intermediate step. So in some ways, I agree. It's, having a chance to discuss the items that aren't just quickly winnowed down by a survey. So yeah, thanks.
Great. And I think I appreciate that. And I think we could start with what question are we trying to answer, or what problem are we trying to solve when we all get together? And that, I think that will help us be more clear of the direction that we are going in and what it is that we hope to produce collectively. So that's it. I know y'all are ready to go.
Thank you, Director Lewis. Don't forget to put your hand down. Director Davidson.
Thanks. I'll keep it short since I've had a couple bites of the apple, as we like to say. But first of all, Director Lewis, love it. Let's make it happen. And for what it's worth, to Director Tisdale and to Director Cook, if there's anything that can be done to help facilitate that, please let me know. I think it would be really, really helpful. I actually come back to something Director Sloan said. I really appreciate how much you drilled into making this change. Requires a lot of trust, and we have to be very thoughtful about that. And I'm actually feeling really good with all the dialogue that we had here. And I just would say thank you to everybody for putting that out there, and agree that if we had a dedicated session, we could really think through that. And also, while I'm at the thank yous, I know we kind of throw them out there, but thank you very much to Director Cook and Director Tisdale for all that you did on this, which predates many of us being here, myself included. Ms. Johnson, and then, Mr. McKay, for preparing the write-up here. I appreciate there's a lot of balls to catch here with 15 voices. And then the reason I originally raised my hand is, Director Williams, you brought up a great point, which is, is this creating more work? And I think my perception is, and maybe this is just a comment, my perception is, and I'll maybe put this out as my hope and the aim for staff and for the directors that are finalizing some of this. I think that in the interim, it probably will be, but the goal should be to streamline and actually cut back overall. I suspect that it's probably a lot of work, that we have, meetings that happen at a lot of different times, moving schedules. We have, all of us on each committee meetings. We have multiple committees. There's been a lot that's in motion, and I suspect that is a lot of work. So, Director Williams, all that to say, I'm really glad you brought that up, and I would hope that one of the outcomes of this is actually we put together something that's equally effective, if not more effective, and actually more efficient, and actually cuts down on cost and staff time. So certainly that would be my aim and my hope. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Director Davidson. Your mouth to God's ear, as they say. Chair Rivera Malpieri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree, Director Davidson, you just hit the nail on the head. I think that the process that we're going through is exactly the way that we've been dealing with really difficult subject matters, and having Mr. McKay and our staff writing copious notes with Miss Johnson, and they'll stay up till midnight and go through everything and put together a pretty robust piece for us to look at. And I think that's the first step that we're doing currently. I cannot agree more that the work that Second Vice Chair Cook and Director Tisdale has done with the general manager and our staff has been stellar, and has prepared us for this preliminary discussion. It's not an easy discussion, and boy, it's going to take all of us to jump in and work through this. But I would just say to us, let's see what the committee comes back with after this discussion. And I would ask them to come back with suggested next steps, with a timeline of what they think the next step should be to get out to the board immediately. For sure, the survey is going to have to get out immediately, but really, what is the timeline that we're looking at to implement this? And as a board of directors, my hope is that we can implement a new system starting in January, so that we're starting with a clean slate, with the new strategic plan, with goals and objectives, and we can move forward so that in unison with our general manager, so that she also has exactly what she needs to get done for the good of the whole agency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we do that again? Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I see that our general manager and CEO has raised her hand.
Yes,
Madam?
so thank you very much, Madam Chair. And in an effort to manage expectations, and now I'm going to step out of my lane. While we talked about the survey in light of the discussion, I would like to defer to Directors Cook and Tisdale because I think it would be beneficial for us to reconvene and have a discussion around what we heard this evening, recognizing that there is a lot of questions and comments as relates to what the committees would consist of and the comments that have been raised about you all working collectively. I just want to ensure that there's an understanding that I really believe personally that we need to reconvene, have a discussion collectively with the work group before we put out the survey at this juncture. So that's just my opinion. I will, yield the floor to Directors Tisdale and Cook because I think it's optimal. And then also recognizing that it's also Michael Davies who's been working with us as well. I'm not one to short staff because there's been a lot of work, and Ms. McManus and the individuals in her office along with John and I. So I just wanted to share that for everybody's edification. So thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for the credence that you're giving to those who have worked on this. I'm going to ask Director Deschel to speak, and then if Director Cook and Tisdale want to give us some concluding remarks afterwards or soon, I would allow that. Director Deschel.
Mine's a point of personal privilege that to wait until Director Tisdale and Cook do their concluding remarks.
Okay, well, okay.
Or I can it's just a point of personal privilege that whenever we wrap this discussion, to take a quick 5-minute recess. I can see my eyes are glazed, I see other people's eyes are glazed, and I know that as a board we have a responsibility to be at our best, and I've seen everyone on Zoom for a long time, and I know I can see them. We might not be, and we might all benefit from a quick stretch and water.
I think a comfort break is a great idea. I'm going to ask Director Tisdale first in order of seniority again to any closing comments just on this discussion. I'll go to Director Cook and then we will all take a break for a moment. Director
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Very briefly, first of all, I wanted understood that any comments that I made were not intended in any way, shape, or form to be judgmental as to any comments made by other directors, but rather hopefully to provide further information as requested and to provide context within which this discussion has been taking place over these many months. So it's not in any way intended to circumvent conversation or to pass judgment on any such comments, but merely to provide context and hopefully be responsive to questions that have been raised. And in response to the comment made by General Manager CEO Johnson relative to having the committee get together to digest this and perhaps tweak, modify, change the draft survey proposed, I would certainly be available for that and would think that it would make a lot of sense. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Director Cook.
I've already said, made some comments about steps forward. Would like to second what Director Davidson said about ideally, and Chair Rivera Malpiedi, about ideally, and this will result in less work overall. So that speaks to those efficiencies for our staff, but more meaningful engagement as well. So that's the aim. Thank you much.
Thank you all. Okay, here's the squeeze for the moment. I see no hands. I'm going to call this discussion concluded for the time being. We will be having further discussion items. The next one up, I'm letting Mr. Lou Cripps know he's up next. But this committee will stand adjourned for 5 minutes at 7:47. I'd like to see you all back here at 7:52.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask that you return to the meeting now.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Glad to see you.
Present.
Okay, I'm not going to call roll. I'm going to assume that everybody's getting back as quickly as they can. The next discussion item on our agenda this evening is the Transit Asset Management Plan update. Mr. Lou Cripps is going to be presenting that update. Mr. Cripps.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you just fine.
Okay, great. Can everyone see my slides?
No.
No, sir, we do not see your slides. We see your face, but not your slides.
Let me try this again.
There, it says Lou Cripps has started screen sharing. All right,
Okay.
you're up.
All right. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Lou Cripps. I'm the Senior Manager for Asset Management. Tonight, I'm going to go over what I believe is really important. We're going to emphasize a message that from FDA Administrator Nuria Fernandez that she gave during her open remarks at this year's Transit Asset Management State of Good Repair Roundtable. Her message really centered around the connection between transit asset management systems and our agency backlogs. Tonight, my plan is to kind of answer these 5 high-level questions. Those questions being, what is the federal requirement? Why is there a requirement? What's RTD's backlog? What path does RTD take? And then how does RTD balance preservation and expansion? So before I move to this next slide, I wanted to point out I've got this kind of red box in the lower right-hand corner over here. Throughout the presentation, I tried to include pertinent information to you as board members and policymakers in that red box down there. So what is the federal requirement? I know we've covered this before. Simply put, it's to have a plan for the district's existing assets, and the plan must contain the 9 elements listed on the left-hand side or in those red boxes. Again, most of the board has already heard me talk about these 9 elements in previous updates, so I won't spend a lot of time there. But before I move on to the next slide, I did want to mention the importance of that highlighted text there about implementing the agency's transit asset management plan and the agency's transit safety plan. So why are those statements really important? It's because the FTA is actually, they believe that there's a strong connection between asset management and safety management systems. More specifically, a connection between backlog and the likelihood of safety related events. So I'm sure you're starting to see the intent of the federal regulation. The intent is pretty obvious, right? The question is, why is there a federal requirement? The requirement exists because there's more than 100 million in backlogs across public transit. So I look at this as when the old industry leadership failed to fulfill their responsibility. I'm sorry, it's 100 billion, I misspoke there. So when old industry leadership kind of failed to fulfill their responsibility, legislation had to step in and impose desired outcomes. It was a moment of clarity when the legislators realized that agencies were waiting for federal money to come in and bail them out of poor investment practices. So the FTA has said on several occasions, and it even highlights it in the final rule, that there will not be enough federal funding for agencies and we need to change our practices. Even if we look at the infrastructure bill, the set-asides for transit, it won't cover the 100 billion in backlog. Again, it was a really key point that the FTA Administrator Fernandez emphasized. Her concerns were over this growing backlog. So how did we get here is probably the next question. It's because public transit agencies have not really been doing acceptable level of strategic planning. We've probably not been making data-driven decisions. We're not acting as stewards of public assets. You're probably wondering, and I'm sure you've peeked ahead, to how much is RTD's backlog. RTD's backlog is around $290 million. As I'm sure you are aware, RTD has delivered a lot of really large-scale infrastructure upgrades over the last 2 decades, majority of them in rail. And as fast as they were delivered, they'll be coming due for renewals and replacements. This is going to create a bow wave of coming investment needs. So maybe the question that we could be asking is, have we built beyond the district's ability to keep the transit system as a whole in a state of good repair? The $290 million in backlog suggests that our priorities have been and continue to be on system expansion and coverage. Maybe we could also highlight that it's a rail-focused investment on top of a 50-year-old bus company. So sometimes we need to remember or think about all those other pieces of the organization that we don't typically see or think about. We've got over 1,400 buses. We've got 3 bus garages and 1 support facility with in-service dates between 1976 and 1988. We got hundreds of pieces of maintenance, fabrication, machining, cleaning equipment, a few hundred support fleet vehicles, technology equipment, operational corporate hardware, software. So the message that I'd like you to take away is that RTD really has to have a detailed plan and funding strategy for our existing assets before we seek to onboard new assets. So how do we start to detail that plan? Maybe it's, or how will this knowledge change RTD's current trajectory? I think in short, it has to be to act as stewards of the assets or strategically balance preservation and expansion. So using a time example for some context, if we could spend $10 per minute, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, just on our current backlog, it would take us over 55 years just to get the organization back to zero. That's on top of a fully funded asset management plan. I know we've discussed RTD will have a lot of new assets kind of ending life at the rate they were delivered. So with the current trajectory, the midterm financial plan will be overshadowed by the backlog of assets and deferred maintenance. When that happens, the agency will have to rely on safety and risk management systems to act as kind of our second line of defense or triage that comes with the degradation of all the assets. So once we get into that situation, the agency enters into kind of this repetitive cycle of crisis management. At that point, as a board, your options and the impact to the constituents is greatly reduced, possibly even eliminated. So as you read through this kind of list on the left side of the screen here, I just want to say that we need to understand that the primary focus since 2004 has been on expansion. The decisions were not made out of malice. What I'm describing here is an opportunity cost to saying yes to expansion for the last 20 years. So let's take a look at the opportunities that lie ahead. If we align ourselves to the general manager's strategy to deliver on our mission, values, and success outcomes, that aligns with the FTA's requirement to actively reduce the backlog. If we kind of look at this maybe as RTD rallies around CEO Johnson's newly defined North Star here, in doing so, RTD takes a difficult path. We'll have to stay focused. It will require discipline in our actions. And there's going to be continued outside pressure. But it's my belief that no one knows public transportation in Denver better than RTD, better than the staff, better than the board. So that we just have to act as stewards of public transportation assets. This means the agency might have to default to preservation when faced with those trade-offs or dilemmas. So taking the stewardship idea one step further, how does RTD balance preservation and continued pressure to expand? It seems overly simple, but the first step, I think, is to really understand what the agency is saying no to, right? Saying yes is saying no to all other alternatives. There's an opportunity cost to every decision. I know we've talked about this. We've touched on the two ideas in previous updates. I've already covered what RTD has historically said yes to. That's on the left side here. It's large scale infrastructure improvements. And this was the primary intent of Fast Track. So we delivered on the goal. Now RTD considers Northwest Rail Line, electrification of bus fleets, trading parking lots for transit-oriented development. Leadership will be faced with difficult decisions that have consequences and trade-offs that have to be considered. And I'm not in a role, I'm not debating on whether or not these initiatives are good or bad. I'm just asking that we make a concerted effort to create a plan and a funding strategy for our existing assets. They go together. We can imagine the future, and we have to plan for the future. The public is really, I think, expecting that from us. They've outsourced the care of critical public infrastructure to RTD, so we kind of have that role to fulfill. This brings us back to the final slide here, review. What is the requirement? It's to have a plan for our assets. Why is there a requirement? Because nationwide, there's $100 billion in backlog and it's growing. RTD's backlog is around 290 million. That's a huge number. How does RTD change the course? We just have to start thinking about strategically balancing preservation and expansion. And then how do we balance that? It's to fully understand what's included in the no. I'll be back probably next month to give everybody an update on the transit asset management plan that the organization is developing. I would like to kind of end this saying thank you for your time, thank you for your service to the community, and equally important, I want to say thanks to the talented and hardworking members of the Asset Management Division. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cripps. We appreciate your work and the clarity of your presentation. I think that we can go around. I see hands coming up already, so don't leave the room yet, Mr. Cripps. Director Lewis, I see you first.
Thank you so much. I just have a deep appreciation for this presentation, and I was a bit taken aback at the number, the 290. I thought it was around 150 million and 200, and so those numbers are certainly sobering, and I'd love to see us well, I appreciate that we're going to get regular updates in this way, because I think this is a conversation we must continue to have as a board, but I am curious how we might get this same information into the hands of our stakeholders so that they understand, right, what it is that we are balancing and what it is that we're grappling with as folks are asking about and requesting more expansion, what it really means to expand and how that is going to mean loss in other areas. And so I just wanted to say thank you for this presentation, and I hope we are expanding our conversation with stakeholders so that they understand what we're juggling here. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lewis. You're suggesting we get a billboard maybe up on I-36 there that has this information on it. Director Deschel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cripps. It's a really informative presentation, and certainly perhaps might have been helpful. I'm glad we had it, and maybe we should get it before we take votes on studies, multi-million-dollar studies. And my question is related, which is, how much of our backlog is Fast Track's money versus how much of our backlog is not, knowing that we as a board have effectively a discretionary Fast Track's fund, which we might be able to use to maintain a state of good repair.
Mr.
This is Lou Cripps, Senior Manager, Asset Management. Director Deschel, we actually don't separate that out in the asset management plan, because the way that assets are delivered, they're handed off to the base system upon delivery. So they're constructed under the Fast Track's banner, if you will, but then they're handed over to the base system for operations and maintenance. So they're not separated in the plan.
If I may, Madam Chair, just add further clarity to Mr. Cripps's point, when we collectively are leveraging dollars as it relates to our assets collectively, and as we look at the Federal Transit Administration trying to keep things in a state of good repair, there's no delineation collectively. So we have the plan wholeheartedly as it relates to all of our assets. And so to the point that you raised, Director Deschel, there's not the delineation from whereby we're looking at the useful life of said asset and when we should be doing an overhaul, if that's tied specifically to a capitalized program that came into effect because now it's operating and it's treated as such.
Okay, so just to put a very fine point on it, which is to say that we have a backlog, we have a asset management plan, and even if we wanted to, let's say, okay, 2021, this is it, and this next asset, we could not use FISA funds for that next asset, even if we wanted to, because that asset gets delivered to the base system once it is constructed. So by the time we're maintaining it, it would no longer be eligible for FISA funds.
So, Director Deschel, that was a policy decision by this board relative to that Fast Tracks and Base Investment Savings Account, right? And so I believe that's a decision collectively by the board. And I would ask Mr. McLeod, who's on the call, to provide further clarity as relates to that, because that's more along the financial aspect. So, Mr. McLeod.
Thank you. Thank you, General Manager Johnson, and appreciate the question. Absolutely, that's true. That was a construct by a former board that set that up to try to set aside funding that was generated through certain purposes to accomplish additional Fast Tracks build out projects. So yeah, it's really an internal policy decision as to how that funding gets spent. As General Manager Johnson referred to, it's really, we look at it as a whole, and we will divide that out when we discuss the midterm financial plan in October, just to see the impact. But essentially, the base system can fund Fast Tracks, but not vice versa. So we have some flexibility there as to how we use the funding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Deschel. Director Broom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 290 million in the grand scheme of things, given the size of our tax base, is not that much money. Where the district has its biggest problem is we don't have a broad enough tax base in our budget to cover what needs to be covered. And so I suppose that should be one of our first orders of business, is to figure out how to raise more money each year. And that's why I've previously talked about the fact that CDOT has overcome that problem by using fees. And we need to take a long, hard look at setting up a fee structure to help pay for transit. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Broom. Appreciate that. Director Rosenthal.
Right, and I'm not trying to belabor this, but it's going to come across that way. So a couple of directors brought up, including yourself, Madam Chair, alluding to the Northwest Rail line, and I just want to make and really clarify this. So the $8 million that we just spent, I mean, that's basically, that would not be, we cannot allocate that for repairs to address this 290 million. Isn't that correct?
Mr. McLeod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we could allocate that funding. So any money that's in the FISA, and this $8 million is coming from the FISA to fund that study. We can use that to purchase assets, or there's also a fund swap, right? So we can use that money to pay for Fast Tracks operations, and then use other funding to pay for operations and maintenance. What you'll see when we talk through the MTFP is Fast Tracks is limited with the available funding that they have because of their high debt level. So the base system is able to subsidize Fast Tracks in those certain situations. But to the extent that the FISA money becomes available if the board decides to do that, we can use it basically for operations or capital on the Fast Track side, or base. Actually, just Fast Track side. I'm sorry, it's Fast Tracks money.
And by Fast Tracks, you mean not just that was built that year under that Fast Tracks program, like the Southeast and et cetera. You're talking about the entire light rail system. Is that right?
Just really the Fast Tracks portion of the light rail. So it would be the West Line, Southeast Rail Extension, any portions that were built with Fast Tracks money, because with the Fast Tracks funding, the Fast Tracks funding cannot be used to fund anything on the base side.
I guess, you know, and I have, you know, complained before about, you know, some of our stations looking a bit shabby and needing repair, particularly the Dayton station and maybe, you know, Colorado and some of the others, you know, and so, you know, I'm certainly really in tune and key to that, but I just don't know. And I don't want the, you know, my colleagues here to say, oh, yay, you know, we have 100 and what do we have now left, Mr. McLeod, in the FISA account,
129 million, sorry.
129 left. And I just wouldn't want my colleagues to be like, oh, wow, now let's salivate. Let's, you know, it was a prior board which made that decision to allocate it the way it is, you know, the way it is now. And we can, as a current board, allocate it to these kinds of repairs and to the current operations of the system, or maybe we should, you know, this is it sort of opens a Pandora's box, and is this really the Pandora's box we do want to open? And of course, you know, that's something I'd like to hear from, you know, our senior leadership, you know, potentially General Manager Johnson as well, you know, to opine on this. You know, that would be a major decision. And of course, that also makes a major message to everyone else in the community that, like, hey, you know, this money was dedicated to other purposes, to the extensions, to the Northwest Rail. So, and I just want to make sure I'm not going off the deep end here, but this is the way that my reading of the way this is being explained.
So,
Okay. Madam, thank you.
Yes. So Director Rosenthal, can you clarify just for my edification about what you want me to opine on so I have an understanding?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. And I apologize if that was fairly long-winded. It just appeared to me that we have $129 million left in the FISA account. And if what I understood from Mr. McLeod, and it's quite possible I did not understand that clearly from what he was saying, or Mr. Cripps. My understanding is that we can, as a current board, divert that $129 million to other purposes, or any fraction thereof. Could be 1 million, could be all 129 million, to go towards maintenance. It could go towards operations. It could go towards anything. Is that correct?
So as I understand it, what you're asking about is the funding source. So in relationship to the base system, and you're talking about what's currently being funded as relates to Fast Tracks operations, and if there could be a money swap.
All right, and I might quit while I'm ahead, but
I'm having a disconnect. I apologize.
Can we use the $129 million for other purposes? Full stop.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that would, and I'm sorry, I'm not being aggravated here. I'm just trying.
No, I didn't take it that way.
Trying to say this clearly, and I'm not. So if we do, that would take a decision of the board. Is that right? To free that up.
Right, because from my understanding and what I have learned since being at this organization, that there was a policy decision going back to our previous conversation relative to the governance structure and what you all can do. Basically, that was effectuated by this body in relationship to having money set aside for any future investments relative to the Fast Tracks program.
So we would not have to spend that. So we would have to spend this FISA money only on Fast Tracks, or would we be able to spend it on, say, you know, the 65 bus?
As currently prescribed by the action of this governing body, that's what's stipulated. Hence, I was alluding to the fact that this body can change that because that was a
Okay.
policy set. So to answer your question, that money could be utilized for other purposes if this body was so inclined to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you both. Director Broom, your hand is still up. Do you have more before I go on?
No, I'll take it down.
Thank you, sir. I believe that leaves Director Davidson up right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cripps, thanks. Yeah, agreed. Super clear presentation. Super, super helpful. We're talking about, whether we would, how we should look at expansionary efforts, whether it's Northwest Rail, whether it's electrifying the fleet, et cetera. We're also talking about, I think Director Broom raises a really good point, which is what revenue do we have to support all this? So I think a fairly fundamental question, and I may be skipping ahead, and we may also not have clarity around this, and I think this is for Mr. McLeod. We're going to see later our draft of the midterm financial plan. I think my interest in, before we talk about how recurring additional revenue or one-time sources of funding, be it federal or FISA, et cetera, my fundamental question is, with our current financial plan and where we stand in our planning process right now, how is this backlog changing currently? So using today's plan, if we froze everything even and stopped expanding, or even if we just take the plan as is, how is the backlog growing and or decreasing right now? What's the margin?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Mr. Cripps.
That's actually Doug McLeod, CFO.
Oh, it's Mr. McLeod. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great question. So if you were to look at our long-term asset needs, just on a recurring basis, the average annual cost of that in today's dollars is about $120 million just to maintain what we have. So it's a fairly sizable chunk of money. And that's just the average over time. Obviously, it swings up and down as we replace buses, do large infrastructure projects, et cetera. So that's really the amount that we're looking for to fund over time. And of course, that inflates as you go through time, with inflation and costs of materials, et cetera. So this backlog, if we can get caught up with that, I think what you could assume is going forward, we need to fund about $120 million each year just to stay up with what we have.
Thank you, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So yeah, thanks, Mr. McLeod. I appreciate that. So in other words, with the current midterm financial plan, and I know we're going to see a little bit of draft of this later, you have a plan in place right now that catches up on the backlog and then seeks to not have that grow, expand or contract. So presumably up until this point, we've had an expanding obligation, which is what's led to the backlog. Do we currently have a plan in place on the midterm financial plan? I realize we're still drafting to catch up on that backlog and then not have it grow.
Yes, this is Doug McLeod, Madam Chair. Yes, so that is the plan. Obviously, it depends on what policies we set going forward. And in terms of the strategic plan, what our intent with that is to align our budget with our strategic plan. So we will see some shifting in there, but the intent with the success outcome of financial success, which is one of the 4 pillars of our strategic plan, one of those would be to maintain the assets that we do have. So assuming we don't add additional assets or additional costs in terms of maintaining those new assets, it looks like we can probably maintain a level depending on what the future of our transit fare revenue, sales and use tax, et cetera is. But I think we're in that margin of error where we can take care of what we have at this point.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, maybe this is a question we can take offline too. I'd be curious about the historics of at what rate that backlog's grown, because it hasn't come out of nowhere, and I suspect that would be an unfair question right now to know what that's been. So it'd be interesting for us to look at that and understand how that's historically happened before we look at one-time funding sources or et cetera. And then I'll wrap up by saying, Director Lewis, I totally agree. I think we need to find a way to communicate this out to stakeholders. I have a number of conversations. I mean, I've only been here 9 months, but now that I'm getting a little bit more familiar, I mean, my understanding is, I mean, we have very much overcapitalized this system, and that's not to, you know, critique previous boards or previous leaders, but we've extended beyond our reach. And certainly one way to fix that, as Director Broom referred to, is, you know, we can catch up and treat this as a revenue problem. I think implied in the presentation that we are seeing here, we can treat it like a cost problem, and we may end up making some sacrifices over time, which may be the, you know, the in between the lines of, you know, working with the strategic plan to contract and make trade-offs in future years. So I think those are important things for us to think about, but it's also really important for our stakeholders to understand that. And as I have had conversations with stakeholders, you know, in a variety of different offices and capacities, I don't get the sense there's actually a really good understanding of that. And I've had the opportunity to articulate that to a few people, and actually had a few people ask, how can we get access to that information? Probably an opportunity with the dashboards we're talking about, strategic plan we're talking about, given that financial success is one of them. I'll leave it there, not ask anyone to comment on that, but just all that to say, I agree, Director Lewis. I think communicating that information is absolutely critical in the years ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Davidson, and thank you, Mr. McLeod. Director Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple quick questions or verifying. The PNP, the public-private partnership that we have on the Eagle project, so the A, B, and G lines, correct me if I'm wrong, but the concessionaire is responsible for ongoing maintenance of those assets until they're turned over to us at the end of their concessionaire period. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Doug McLeod. Yes, Director Cook, that is correct. They are responsible for returning those assets in an expected state of good repair at the time they do return those. So they are responsible for maintaining those assets.
Okay. And for you also, Mr. McLeod, we had previously, if you recall, we'd set up some fiscal policies relating to the COVID recovery period. We had this issue of asset management on our radar then, and had, you know, elevated it second only to restoring the reserves in terms of what we do as we come out of the COVID period. But even before that, I think we had set a goal of something like 70% as the level we wanted to fund those. Is that recommendation changing? Was that deemed not to be sufficient? Is that still our goal? And that's what you all had brought forward as evidently sufficient, but is it not now? Are we taking a new look and realizing that wasn't enough?
Yeah, this is Doug McLeod. So you're correct. In the 2020 midterm financial plan that was approved by the board, and we presented the 6-year plan going through 2026. At the time, there was so much uncertainty because COVID was still relatively new. We didn't know about the additional funding we were getting. All focus was on cutting costs at that point in time. So within that midterm financial plan, it was contemplated that we could only fund 70% of the state of good repair items that were, you know, backlogged and future state of good repair through 2026. And even so, if you may recall on Fast Tracks, it required us to use all of Fast Tracks reserves to the point that they were in a deficit position. So, and that was at the 70% level. Since that time, we've had the additional COVID funding, which is with CRRSA and ARPA, that will sustain our operations for the coming years. And in addition to that, our sales and use taxes have been better than what was anticipated back at the last MTFP in November of 2020. So in the current version, we believe that we can almost fully fund everything that is in the state of good repair backlog, as well as ongoing state of good repair. However, I guess the only caveat I would say is some of that may change as we implement our strategic plan and decide where are we going to dedicate our resources as an organization.
Okay, so the 70%, which I had understood to be sort of the, you know, as cities maintain, they strive to maintain street performance at the C level or something. We had not set that 70% as sort of a satisfactory. It was sort of what we could do at that point, is what you're saying. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then the last thing is, can we just double check? I mean, if I understood the answer to Director Rosenthal's question, the FISA money is wide open, but the wording in the ballot issue says all debt and taxes raised by this 0.4% have to go to fast tracks projects, or the things that were listed and approved by the board prior to putting that on the ballot. So I just want to make sure we're not, creating the sense that we could use that in an unfettered way. If that's not true, if it is true, I guess I want to hear about that too.
This is Doug McLeod. So yes, you are correct. It is fast tracks money, so it cannot be used by statute on the base system. So when the board originally set the FISA up, certain funds were identified to build that FISA funding up to the point where it is at 129 million, including excess sales tax revenues that are realized, any property sales. There's probably a dozen items that the board identified as items where if additional money was found, it would go into this FISA account. So it could come from the base. If a property sale happens on the base, the money would go into the FISA account, but once it's with fast tracks, it cannot go back. So it's built up to 129 million. And over the last several years, the board has made some exceptions and approved use of some of those FISA funds. So one example was there were some additional enhancements needed on the Flatiron Flyer for US 36. So that portion of it is really fast tracked. So the board decided, yes, we can use some of that funding. I believe it was about $3 million to make these enhancements. I believe there are bus bulbs and pullouts and some other things that need to be done on US 36, but it did stay with fast tracks. And the funding that's in there, the 129 million, would need to stay and be spent on fast tracks as well.
Okay. So you're saying that some of the money in the FISA account came from the base system?
Correct.
Do we know how much?
So there's really two components to that. So there's been some miscellaneous property sales of properties that were owned by the base system that went in there. I'd have to go back and look. The other portion of that was in the original fast tracks plan. Fast tracks was going to, and this is the only exception to the fast tracks being able to fund base, is it was approved that fast tracks could provide funding back to base to provide bus feeder service to all these new rail lines.
And that was part of that plan. That's correct. That was what was adopted and approved as part of the fast tracks plan. Correct. Yeah. Correct.
And that we refer to that as rubber tire, but contemplated in that is that contribution would grow over time. And it was based on the growth in that contribution from fast tracks to support the bus feeder service was scheduled to grow at consumer price index. Well, the board voted a few years ago to limit that, the growth in that, and the excess would stay in the FISA. So there's contributions between that difference between what CPI would have been and the smaller amount that stays in the FISA, which has been growing. I believe it's about 19 million in 2021 that's being contributed, or less that's being funded over to the base system than would have been under the original fast tracks plan. So it's really those two components. I don't think the property sales amounted to much. I would say it's single digit millions, but those were designated as going to the FISA.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair, thank you for indulging all that questioning.
Okay, we are all listening and learning. Thank you, Director Cook. And again, Mr. McLeod. Director Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. McLeod, for clarifying what I was going to point out, that in the original fast tracks plan, there was rubber tire funding for feeder service. And that went by the wayside in, was it 2012 when the FISA account was created? So thank you for clarifying that. So I think people get mixed up with that component of fast tracks and the base system because it is rubber tire service. To reiterate what Director Lewis says, this is a pretty sobering picture. And Mr. Cripps, thank you for your very clear presentation. I've been saying for 3.5 or 3 3/4 years now, since I've been on the board, that we have been overcapitalized at the expense of operations. But now I would like to add that we've been overcapitalized at the expense of operations and state of good repair. And I guess what I would really like to understand is, it's really good news that in the midterm financial plan, it looks like we are going to be able to catch up and maintain. But if things were to change, at what risk would we put this organization in terms of failure of some of our assets? And that's where I would be concerned. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
I take it that was a rhetorical question and not that you wanted a specific answer at this moment, Director Catlin. You're muted.
It is rhetorical now because Mr. McLeod basically clarified and answered what I was going to ask. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Cook, your hand is still up. Are you waiting to speak again? Oh, look at how fast that hand went down. Director Catlin. Okay. I do not see any other hands up. I'm going to ask Mr. Cripps if he has anything else he wants to add based on the discussion we've had.
I do not. Thank you, Director Williams.
Thank you, sir. General Manager Johnson, anything else on this subject?
The only thing I would like to say in relationship to the statements made by various directors about getting this out to our stakeholders. I believe Mr. Cloud alluded to this. We're working collectively as a team as we align our strategic plan around, state of good repair and things of the like. And quite naturally, it's imperative that we are communicative as we manage expectations relative to delivering services and what we can collectively do. And so that is part of our overarching path forward. So I just wanted to acknowledge that we collectively as a team recognize it's important to be transparent and forthright in relationship to what we have in store, because it's a daunting future. But I believe collectively working with all of you collaboratively and, making those tough decisions, we will have a way in which we can manage all expectations and ensure that we have a system that is in a state of good repair. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to share those remarks. And thank you to Mr. Cripps and his team for their diligence and their work.
Okay, thank you. Director Lewis, I do see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't sure if Doug said he had the numbers for the amount of FISA that came from the base, or he did not have those numbers.
Madam Chair.
Mr. McLeod, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Doug McLeod. So I do not have those, Director Lewis, at my fingertips right now, but I will get those for you and have them distributed to the board members.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you both. No other hands at the moment. We do have another discussion item, which is the January 2022 service change. And I believe our COO, Mr. Michael Ford, is going to be in charge of this presentation. So, Mr. Ford, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to focus in on the presentation. You have information in your board packet about the discussion items and the background. So I'm just going to launch into the listening session participation groups. There were meetings between August 19th and August 30th connecting with the key organizations, which included about 5 meetings during that time. We met with stakeholders from 5 geographic sectors, which included mayors, county commissioners, city and county staff, TMOs, TMA representatives. And the total approximate people that attended were about 52 attendees on these sessions. Talking a little bit about stakeholder input themes during the listening session, these issues were brought to light: consideration for rebuilding services, discussions on returning to work and school, need for operators and recruitment, how the workforce is impacting RTD, data on how RTD is measuring demand, and data for RTD to adjust to new travel patterns and needs, communication campaigns, and transit safety, cleaning, mask mandates were also mentioned. There was also a general appreciation for a return to some services and a request for more services such as the R-Line, Route GS, and FS4. When we talk about upcoming service change meetings, a vital part of the development of our service plan involves stakeholder and customer engagement process. As mentioned on the previous slide, the stakeholder listening phase occurred in August. The public meeting phase will consist of 3 virtual meetings starting in October 4th at noon and at 5 o'clock on the 4th, and Tuesday, October 5th at 5 p.m. These meetings will be recorded and available to the public in English and in Spanish, as well as social media promotions and virtual recording meetings to encourage input as well. Not only is the outreach a core value of RTD, as both the stakeholder feedback and the customer input will help inform RTD's future service plans. The next slide really refers to expanded engagement process, a life cycle. This slide really is a visual depiction of the life cycle that is embedded in RTD's culture and the concentrated steps of ongoing active engagement and listening process. RTD is currently moving into the public hearing stage with the planned public meetings mentioned in the previous slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about the proposed service change in the process that we're going through or have been going through as well. Talk a little bit about ridership through the pandemic. The September 2020 service change adjustments will increase by approximately 10% over the COVID service levels, but I'll note that this is not pre-pandemic. The COVID-19 service plan is effective since April 2020, initially carrying about 40% of pre-pandemic riders while providing 60% of pre-pandemic service. Ridership has slowly increased this year, increasing about 11.8% from January of this year till June. Vehicle capacities were lifted in June, as you may recall, and currently RTD is carrying about 50% of pre-pandemic riders while providing approximately 70% of pre-pandemic service. Talk a little bit about the financial impacts, as it's been stated earlier today, but state taxes and fare revenues are down. RTD is primarily revenue service, significant financial impacts through 2026, and federal grant apportionments totaling about $774 million, broken down into $232 million in March for the coronavirus aid, CARES Act in January of 2021 of $203 million for COVID relief apportionment. And then March of 2021, about $338 million as well. This is one-time federal revenues that can support about 85% of pre-pandemic service hours through 2026. Turning to service changes during COVID, these are guiding principles that are also in your board packet, but it's worth mentioning that service standards and service utilization are those things that we look at. Effects on the integrity of the transit network and those who rely on RTD service. Availability of alternative services to affect customers is another consideration. Title VI and the Civil Rights Act. Responses to changes in communities and cost-effective distribution ability to enhance service when possible. We talk about COVID recovery. There are different elements that we look at in terms of how we handle that. Operating routes, removing capacities that we did in June, monitoring ridership, using data to help us manage and make informed decisions. Increasing ridership may require also additional services. Suspending routes and looking at that data and the causality of those routes that are suspended or that may need to be modified in some way. Returning to the workplace, talking to employers, schools, universities, colleges, understanding what those issues are and those pinch points are, and also conducting surveys as well has helped us make informed decisions. In addition to that, the workforce availability, bus and train operators, but there are a whole other sources of resources that we need for our roll-up for service changes, and making sure that what we have aligns with what we can actually deliver in terms of service. So matching service to the workforce will be a critical component. It continues to be a critical component in how we move forward. The January service proposal for 2022, I mentioned that we're going to be going out in October. These service changes are included in your board packet and are categorized as service improvements and routine service adjustments or schedule changes. It kind of rounds out what it's going to look like for January of 2022. And at this point, I'm happy to stop here and entertain any questions. I did want to acknowledge, though, that there will be a study session next week as well with regard to Reimagine, but I'll hold up on that right now, and I'll talk a little bit about that at the end. But with that, I will ask Mr. Carter if he had any comments or any other updates he might want to talk about relative to the 2022 service proposal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ford. First question is, can everyone hear me?
We hear you
Yes.
fine, Mr. Carter. Thank you.
Great, great, great. The new mic is working then. Okay, so I just wanted to just characterize the service change that we have proposed for January 2022. As you may have gone through the proposal in your board packet, you'll see there are a lot of schedule changes, but there are a couple of things that I would recognize as being somewhat noteworthy. We are extending the Route 15 to a new Amazon facility way out east, and that is exciting for two things. One, it allows us to actually serve a new and large employer, but two, it also gives our operators a respite area on a route that really desperately needed one. So that's something we're celebrating. At the same time, we're looking at FlexRide and expanding the span of service to better match the service to normal work hours. So we're going earlier and we're staying out a little bit later on those flex rides. And those are the two standouts. And again, we are going to pay very close attention to providing some schedule adjustments where it's needed, because as you may notice, traffic patterns are changing. They're getting more and more intense. And because of that, we are affected by that operating at the street level. So with that, I would conclude and turn it back to you, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. I did want to acknowledge that there's coordination, obviously, between Reimagine and the work that we're doing. We're establishing service rebuilding frameworks and expectations for post-January of 2022. And the focus has been, can everybody see me? Okay. And the focus has been on midterm financial considerations that you'll hear about next week, ridership trends, responses, service equity considerations, matching workforce availability and service, non-restoration and alternate services that will maybe look different going forward. And the integrated network maintenance is also going to be talked about. I just bring this slide into play because you'll be hearing more a week from today from our folks relative to Reimagine RTD. And I just wanted to tee that up for next week as well. So with that, that concludes my report, and we'll be happy to take any other additional questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ford and Mr. Carter. And I see Director Deschel would like to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ford and Mr. Carter, for answering my other questions and sparing everyone else a little bit of time. But my question is, as far as I understand it, a large component of the challenge of restoring service has to do with the number of operators that we have, and the number of operators that we can employ at any period of time. It's a capital issue, but it's also a recruitment and retention issue. And so I'm wondering, based on how our recruitment's been going and, traditional trends as the end of the year approaches, what level of service could we provide, right? And I guess more just asking an update of, I know it's not like one driver equals one route, but sort of just asking how we're doing that dance and how that really important component of restoring service has been going. Because I know there's been a lot of effort poured into hiring and training and retaining our frontline operators.
Mr. Ford?
Yes, Michael Ford, COO. We are continuing to work diligently recruitment and retention efforts, looking at incentives, bonuses, referrals. We are in a very competitive environment right now with a variety of different employers out there. It's not just us, but all over the place. So we continue to do our work and be vigilant. I know that there's additional work that's being done through HR, bringing sourcers in to help with recruitment and retention, going where the people are and trying to recruit them as well. We also have to be mindful of our attrition rate as well. People do retire, and decide to do other things. So it's a balancing act, and we continue to monitor that relative to what we can afford to put out. I don't know if I have a specific way to answer that question other than it's continuing to try to ensure that the people that are here, that they remain, and that we are able to attract more people. And I can assure you that there's a lot of effort being put in this area to try to maintain our operators, our mechanics, and other resources that we have.
Go ahead, Madam.
I'm sorry, this is Jesse Carter, Chair.
Yes,
if
go
I may.
ahead. Yeah.
With that, I would add that with any service change, again, trying to make sure that we are, of course, looking at things through the equity lens. We have to make sure that if we're going to make a service change, let's say, for example, bring back a route, a regional route that would serve a particular community, that has to be balanced and measured with an equal type of change or equitable type of change that serves equity communities. So it's not as simple as saying, hey, I want to turn on just this one particular route. We have to look at it from a systemic standpoint and say, we have to then put that into the whole change comprehensively and make additional adjustments. So if you were to ask how much service could we add in right now, September was a substantial increase for us, and it is challenging our current headcount. So I don't believe that we have room that would allow us to adjust to some of the maintenance issues that we need to take care of. So we need to be very mindful of that as far as our next moves go.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Director Deschel, good, you good?
I got excited. I have one, thank you, that's really helpful. One just follow up, which is to say, generally speaking, and I know it's really broad, but would you say that our sort of operator headcount is trending in a positive, operator mechanic, our ability to provide and maintain service levels, from the staffing side, are we trending in a positive direction or sort of plateaued? How are we doing with our new strategies to fulfill these needs?
If I may address that, Madam Chair.
Yes, I would.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and thank you very much, Director Deschel. In working in earnest with this, especially with our administration department, with Leah Riley, who's now our CAO, and with her staff, Raquel McMurray being the Senior Human Resources Manager, we are taking this approach whereby as we look at the attrition rate, collectively what we need to do is look at what it is we need to do as we go forward, because one thing that we have not done as an organization, and I don't mean this disparagingly, is basically have what I state being a qualified candidate pool. We need to get to a point in time where we have just a surge of people readily available as we go forward. That's going to take some time. More so recognizing that we need to ensure that we're enticing talent to want to come work for us. And so recognizing that we have work to do as an organization in reference to ensuring that people feel valued, that they recognize that they are full-fledged contributors, and that we collectively as an organization appreciate what we put forward. So there's a myriad of work that we have that's forthcoming as we go down that pike. I see Leah Riley did jump on, and I will defer to her if she'd like to add something additional, because I know she was working with her team. And Ms. Riley, would you like to share any additional information you and your HR team have been working on?
Thank you, General Manager, CEO Johnson, and the rest of the board. Just to echo what Deborah's saying, there's a whole bunch of initiatives that are underway that we are working with Michael Ford, and his team in terms of how we recruit people, how do we offer hiring incentives, retention incentives, et cetera. We're also looking about how we go about recruiting people. Are we looking at diverse areas to make sure that we are casting a really wide net? So there's a ton of efforts that are underway that we're really excited about. And I think as we move forward, that there's going to be a lot of progress in this area. And I would like to say that we're coupling it with manager training, supervisor training, leadership training, because there's a whole bunch of work that goes to keeping people satisfied and happy in the workforce. So not only do we want to bring people in, we want them to stay with us. They want them to feel at home and like they're joining an RTD family. So there's a whole suite of services that we are working on to solve this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it's a work in progress, sir, and it's going to take us some time. And what I will add is, you know, the entire world is in need of. The entire world is short staffed, as I qualified. And I know that's not what people want to hear, but we're in the same boat. And so recognizing that we have been getting requests from other transit agencies asking about our strategies. A member of Leah's team, I have reached out and said, can you, respond to this person from WMATA, Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, that wanted to know about our strategies. So we're in this place of doing this information sharing, gathering about what it is that we can do. And of course, quite naturally, you know, we have to look to our partners with ATU as we brainstorm and have ideas. And I'll touch upon that quickly as we move forward in discussions in the next committee relative to where we are with the Office of the State Auditor and what we've done collectively. And that speaks to what Ms. Riley just shared with all of you. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, and thank you, Ms. Riley. Director Deschel.
Thank you all so much for the continued work and the update. I know it's all interrelated, and updates really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Director Lewis, I think you're next in the queue.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. I just wanted to clarify, you said that we're at 50% of pre-pandemic ridership and 70% of pre-pandemic service? Mr. Ford?
Yes, I was just making a contrast between what we were doing previously and what's transpired since then. So we have had a slight uptick in our service.
Okay.
And I just wanted to call that out because obviously COVID is still here and we're still having issues, but I just wanted to show that we have made some modest increases in service.
So with that 11% increase, that's where we are in terms of ridership and service.
Correct.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that. One other question, what were the geographic sector meetings?
Mr. Ford?
Yeah, Michael Ford, COO. They were, are you asking where the locations were?
Yes. What were those? Because they sound like they're different than service change meetings.
Right. This is, stakeholder outreach, engagement, going to where the people are, where our constituents and stakeholders are. I can get you, or maybe Pauletta could identify those specific areas. But again, we've redeveloped our whole stakeholder outreach process and our communication and our engagement with customers. And this was a focus early on to ensure that we were going where people were getting input, and we've been continuing that process. The life cycle that I referred to kind of illustrates the focus and how we do that. But in terms of specific areas, I probably need Pauletta to speak to that, and I think she's on there.
Right, before Ms. Taneela speaks, I just want to qualify, this is the conversation that we have had in relationship to expanding our outreach efforts. As you may recall, perhaps 6 months ago, when I came into the organization, I talked about us having more recurring engagements collectively. And this is something, as we talked about the accountability committee's recommendation when they were talking about service councils, how we leverage that about 6 or 7 months ago, not in the service council realm, but going into different areas collectively and having those meetings. So with that, I just wanted to offer that context. And Ms. Tanelis, if you can speak briefly about where those meetings occurred to address Director Lewis's question, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you very much, General Manager Johnson. And the answer to that is the 5 geographic sectors came about through work with our service planning team and our planning team as we started to look at how do we listen and give people in the community a chance to have a voice at the beginning of our service change process. Our collective team determined 5 geographic sectors that are the northwest part of the region, the northeast part, the southwest, the southeast, and then Boulder County. And those 5 areas are based on a travel shed model that were determined as the best way for us to solicit feedback from our key stakeholders. And so we invite the stakeholders to those 5 geographic sector meetings for their own community meetings. And this has been a successful process since January, as General Manager Johnson said. That's when we implemented it. And that was for what would be the May service change. And so we worked quite a bit ahead. So we've been doing this for several months now, and it has been a positive way for us to give a voice to the people in the community at the front end of our service change process. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. I appreciate it. Is there a map, and this is probably not surprising, at least not to Mr. Carter that I would ask this. Is there a map that you might show us so that we could see what those different areas are?
We actually do have a map, and what we can do is dig that up. I don't have that at my fingertips, but we can definitely dig that up and share that with the board, because there is a definite rhyme or reason for why we chose the 5 sectors that we did. And so we can have staff pull that together and get that to the board.
Great. I appreciate that you gave more detail, because another question that I had jotted down as Mr. Ford was reading off the different stakeholders was, I didn't hear riders. And it sounds like this is specific for riders, to engage riders in those different areas. Am I correct in that assessment?
So Director, actually the geographic sector meetings are stakeholder listening sessions. And so those were intended so that the people who really are very well versed at the transit in their communities, the people that we work with who help us with a number of things in the community as it relates to the dynamics of transit, they're the ones that we invite. So it's elected officials, it's the TMO and TMA executive directors, it is county commissioners, it is some other key stakeholders. And so those are the parties that we currently invite to the geographic sector meetings. And obviously through the work of the accountability committee and our work of the committed responses that we gave, we will be looking at how we can modify our current structure to increase the people that we will invite to those types of meetings in the future. So there's an opportunity for us to take a look at that.
Where are the opportunities in which we are creating to intentionally and bring riders into the conversation, and where we are going to where the riders are, right? So we've talked about having meetings on buses. We talked about going out to bus stops or parking rides. But and please hear that I don't necessarily have an opposition to us having these discussions with our stakeholders. But I think those stakeholders that are listed, while they may be well versed, are not well equipped to be able to provide us with the information we need that a rider would from an experience standpoint, right? Like they are actually utilizing our services. And so I'm just curious how we're intentionally bringing information to our riders and utilizing that input in a meaningful way.
Yes, Director, thank you. So we do quite a bit of awareness of the public meetings that are always part of the service change process. And as Mr. Ford mentioned, those meetings will be taking place October 4th and 5th. These are public meetings that have been embedded in our service change process all along. In addition to that, the public that we serve always have a voice in giving us feedback. And actually, we consistently and always get feedback from our customers through our customer care and the various interactions that they have from the public. But in light of what you said, yes, we have for a while talked about what other things can we do to get the voice of our customers, the people that we serve. Obviously, COVID has impacted that to a great degree, but those are things that I'm hopeful we can look at some creative ways of how we can enhance that moving forward.
Thank you. Two more questions. One is around the monitoring of ridership. You know, I had a constituent reach out to me about the FF4, and I understand that we are making decisions holistically, but it does for me makes me wonder what the process may be for individuals who might utilize a service that is not in operation and how those begin to come back on into service. What that process might be.
Okay, this is Jesse Carter, Acting Senior Manager of Service Development. In looking at that, we of course take a look at what's going on with the existing service, the parallel service, the one in the same family of services. So
Okay.
the FF1, if we were to look at what was going on with the FF1 at the beginning of the pandemic, so turning back time to April 2020, the ridership was relatively flat. We didn't see an increase in ridership on the FF until more recently, this summer, actually. So I'm quite encouraged by the ridership increase that we've seen on the FF1. And if we have the resources available to do so, we would be looking at implementing a more of the Flatiron Flyer, given it's one of 2 routes that I regularly see standing load cards coming from operators.
Beautiful, thank you. And then the last question I have is around matching our service to our workforce. So, and this is maybe like a fill in the blank question, but we have enough operators to operate what percentage of our service? Or we have enough staff?
I'm sorry, this is Jesse Carter again, Chair, if I might. It's a very tough question to answer, bus driver to service hour.
Okay.
But you have to keep in mind that we have to have a certain level of operators as extras to accommodate changes in the system or accidents, operators being sick or whatever, absenteeism. So the number fluctuates. And one of the biggest challenges we have right now is normal attrition that occurs, per year via retirements, people aging out, along with the challenging applicant environment that we are currently in. Those are all things that are really challenging us and that should be giving us some caution as to adding back in high service that would require a high number of operators.
Great, thank you. And then this is just a compliment to each of you. I really appreciate this presentation. And I want to say thank you for the work on the Broncos ride, because I know that that can be a contributor, right, to not having enough operators to operate our service, as well as the elimination of the 6-day mandate. I really appreciate that you all are sticking to that commitment. And this is a time, right, where you could just ask operators to work a lot more hours to be able to get things done, and you're not. And so I really appreciate you standing in that principle.
Okay. You good, Director Lewis? Thank you, Mr. Carter and Mr. Ford. I see, I'm going to call on the rest of you, and I'm going to take a chair's privilege for 1 second because I want to comment on one thing. I have recently been participating in the Denver Office of Transit and Infrastructure, known as DOTI's public meetings, and they had 2,000 people at their last public meeting. I don't believe that we've had a total of 2,000 people at public meetings in the last couple of years. So we might want to call up some people over at Dottie and find out what they are doing that we are not, because that was an amazing amount of people to show up at a public meeting. So, okay, Director Geisinger, you're up.
Thank you. That is amazing, Chair. Thanks. Last week, I joined Commuting Solutions, some of the Commuting Solutions staff for a Rider Appreciation Day at the Table Mesa Park and Ride, and it is great to go out and talk to the riders. And you won't be surprised, Jesse, to hear that what I heard was FF4, FF4, FF2, FF2. Did I understand you to say that that you are seeing some buses that are standing room? Because that's what my riders were telling me, that in the rush hours they've been on buses that are standing room only.
Okay. This is Jesse Carter, Acting Senior Manager, Service Development. Chair, if I might answer the question.
Absolutely, Mr. Carter.
Yes, and I can actually provide you with with trips actually overload on a regular basis. It's not all of them. Well, that would be a great indication, but it's certain times of day. It happened as soon as CU went into session. So it's definitely that travel pattern going from Denver out to Boulder that's causing it at this point in time. We can hone in on that, but we receive, and I want to make sure it's clear, we receive constant information coming from customer care about requests for services. And FF2 has been constant and FF4 has been constant. Whether or not we have enough of the constituency that would represent significant level of ridership on those lines, on those branches of FF, don't think we have that just yet. But again, the rapid growth of ridership on the FF1 leads me to believe that there will be in the future enough to support ridership on the FF2 and FF4. However, I would actually want you to participate and listen to some of the conversations we're having with regard to Reimagine and how Reimagine will suggest changes for the Flatiron Flyer.
Great, I will listen to that. Is that a Reimagine discussion that's happened already?
It's ongoing as it stands now. We are going back and forth between the consultant's recommendations and service planning, trying to hash out what makes the most sense as a formal proposal.
Great, thanks. I'll certainly pay attention to that. And to the extent that these issues are workforce based, I find myself, sitting talking to these riders and saying, we have the same workforce issues that everyone else has. It would be helpful to me to have some of that quantified. I thought what Deborah and Leah put in, and all of you, Michael, we're saying about the efforts we're putting in was helpful, but also and I looked at the board briefing documents. I think it was the most recent that we're at 732 bus operators and 850 is what we're looking for. How did that compare to the pre-pandemic numbers? I think Director Lewis asked, what capacity do we have? What number could we get to? I don't know if you can say it like that because of, the way you answered, but giving us some more specifics would be helpful to me in answering those questions.
Madam Chair, if I may, we will double back and hone in on that. And it's not black and white, there's shares of gray, because it's made mention of by one of the board members that, it's basically as we look at runs and blocks and how we assign operators. So it's not one for one, and in reference to how many revenue service hours we had previously. So we will try to provide that information as requested in a simplistic form without, providing a tutorial in service planning as they do, run cutting. So we will work on that to try to garner a better understanding for all of you to convey to your constituency.
Thank you very much. And just one more quick question. I think you also mentioned, Jesse, that we, and rather than adding any single line, we're looking at our whole equity analysis, which is great. I think, we've seen what Carl Green and all of your team has put out, and it's looking good. Is that equity analysis keeping us from bringing routes back at this point, or is it, and I'm thinking this, we certainly want to be serving our equity populations and our all of that, but with climate change in mind, I'm hoping that we get back to taking care of our commuters and others too. Is that a balance that we're right off the edge on, or can you explain that a little more to me, please?
Sure, if I might, Chair, is it okay? Okay.
Yeah, please.
Again, Jesse Carter, Acting Senior Manager of Service Development. It's a great question, and I want to reemphasize that whenever we will look at any given service change, we're always going to have to consider impacts to the system overall. That's one of the lines written into the guiding principles. So I have to say that it's not necessarily a holdback, but if we were to do things in a proper manner, if we were to do things equitably, that's what we should do. We should measure this commuter route coming back and then say, and ask ourselves what else would balance that service change out to make it equitable. So it's not necessarily a holdback, it is an impact to the service change.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Director Geisinger, and thank you, Mr. Carter. That was well said. Director Sloan, I believe you are next.
I am, and thank you. My second issue is totally related to Director Geisinger. But first, I'd like to mention the expanded engagement process. I think it's the intent behind it is terrific, and there are times when people would really feel invested in their input at that time. But I'm not sure the January services are the appropriate time to be telling people that we really need to hear from you. You know, it's so important for us to know what your needs are. And, you know, the more you explain, the more we'll try to accommodate you. When it does appear that the January service changes for the majority of the population are minimal at best. And this was apparent in the stakeholders conversation when there was request after request for additional service. And the answer was, no, that's not going to happen. And it seems to be even more important to be frank with the public in the public meetings in terms of managing expectations, to let them in the inside and the restrictions that RTD is under. So instead of first talking about tell us what you need, you know, that's really what we need to know, because we don't have that information, you do. But then to be disappointed in either the long run when the service changes come out, or even after they give their input, they are pretty much quashed, even during the meeting itself. So I would like to suggest, instead of using the usual template for these January service changes, that you manage expectations somewhat better by being open and frank about the restrictions that RTD is under for this service change cycle. I think in the long run, it would be helpful to the relationship between RTD and the public. So that's one comment I have. The other is, like Director Geisinger, it's kind of a personal request for me as a director. I do keep getting asked about additional service, and as everybody knows, the GS service between Boulder, Golden, and the Federal Center is at the top of everybody's list. And by everybody, I mean people who are really invested in transit. NREL, for one, where President Biden was today talking about climate change. So these people are very sophisticated. I need to have an answer for them to when they say, well, what can we do? Well, how can we get the service back? I would really appreciate help from the staff in getting talking points about, it sure doesn't look like you're going to get this service back, even though we understand it's important to you. So that's a very personal request that I would hope for help on. Thank you.
Thank
Chair,
you,
if I
Director
might.
Sloan. Yeah, I'm going to ask who wants to speak to her.
I would, and
Comment.
first and foremost, I know, and we've talked about it before. with regard to the GS. It is our intention, and it is a long-term intention that the GS would return. I would definitely want to share with you the fact that the GS remains in the reimagined plan and is a part of our long-term strategy. I'll be happy to work with you to develop some key talking points and point out the reasons why we are struggling at this point to maintain our current service level and are unable to increase the level of service at this point. And I certainly understand your comments about, making sure that our messaging during this whole public process isn't tone deaf to the point where we're asking for input, but not stating what our needs are at this point in time. So that's something that I want to thank you for bringing forward, and we'll make sure that we have that messaging in hand when we go and do the public hearings.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you both for that discussion. I did see Director Davidson, but his hand is down now. So I will not call on him. And Director Busick, I do see your hand up.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Carter, I just 122X. I know you're monitoring 120X to see how that's going. If you could just get back to me offline, that'd be fine to let me know how things are looking there. Thanks so much.
Absolutely.
Well, you get brownie points for that, Director Busick. That was fast and easy. Take it offline. Talk to you later. Thank you, Mr. Carter. I'm standing on the bus now because I'm tired of sitting on that bus seat. I don't see anybody else's hand up. Is there any member of the staff who wants to add anything further to this discussion? Mr. Ford, that you're running?
No, I think we've got a lot of good notes here, and obviously we'll be getting back to board members on a lot of the questions that were asked today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Carter, as well. I do not have any more discussion items. I will then go to other matters. Are there other matters to come before this committee? Okay, crickets. We're down with crickets. The next meeting date of the committee will be October 19th, same location, same time. And we will adjourn at 9:19 for, I'm sure, at least a 5-minute break. Director Catlin, are you up next? And how long a break would you like to have?
I'm having muting issues. 5 minutes is fine. So.
Okay, 9:25. We'll take 6. See you guys back here then.
Thank you. Can folks hear me? Okay, I'm having trouble with this device.
I hear you.
It's almost like a strobe light. It keeps flashing on and off. Okay, it is, I think, time. The Financial Audit and Administration Committee will now come to order. We are convened as of 9:25 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time on, I don't even know the date, September 13th, 2021. I would respectfully ask everyone attending this meeting to mute yourself unless you are recognized to speak. And I'm repeating what Director Williams said earlier, but thank you for all for joining us this evening. And please note that under the current circumstances, the official meetings of the RTD Board of Directors are being held remotely in the interest of public health, safety, and welfare. For the immediate future, the official meetings of the Board of Directors will be held via Zoom and will be audio and video recorded. The meeting recordings, along with the unofficial meeting minutes of the meetings, will be posted as soon as practicable on the board's website. Please visit rtd-denver.com and scroll to the bottom of the page for the link to the Board of Directors page. Directors and members of staff, for the sake of the record, if you would like to be acknowledged during tonight's proceedings, I would ask you to please raise your virtual hand and wait for me to call on you before proceeding to speak. Directors and staff participating by phone can also raise their virtual hands to indicate they would like to speak by pressing *9. To toggle your mute setting on the phone, press *6. Please note that we will not be taking public commentary during this meeting. Members of the public interested in speaking directly to the board are encouraged to do so during the monthly board meeting. And for future meeting dates, please refer to the board's meeting portal located at rtd.iqm2.com. We have no action or recommended actions for this meeting, but we do have a couple of discussion items. The first discussion item is our state performance audit recommendation implementation status, and our GM and CEO, Deborah Johnson, will be presenting. Ms. Johnson, please.
Yes, so thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good evening once again. Deborah Johnson, General Manager and CEO. At this juncture, I would like to ask John McKay to share his screen so I can present the presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. McKay. So tonight, I will briefly review the overarching recommendations put forth by the state auditor, and we'll touch on the current implementation status of measures RTD staff has taken to address the state auditor's comments. Further, I will identify which items have been completed and which are currently still being implemented and acted upon. And finally, I will review the timeline for RTD's responses and future interactions with the Office of the State Auditor and the Legislative Audit Committee regarding these matters. So as you are aware, collectively as the board, that in 2020, the Office of the State Auditor, which during the course of this presentation, I'll just refer to as OSA, conducted a routine performance audit of several aspects of RTD operations. As you're aware, OSA released their report in January of this year, and broadly, RTD agreed with all the overarching recommendations made in that report, namely to improve operator supervision through regular performance feedback, to ensure operators receive adequate rest breaks. And these are listed on the screen, so I don't need to read those to you, but for all intents and purposes, this is what we're working towards. Next slide, please. More so, as stated here on the slide, we have begun to address the recommendations contained in the audit report. And in doing so, we collectively, in formulating thoughtful and meaningful responses, staff has engaged in such efforts as conducting peer agency surveys to garner industry best practices. We've utilized existing training materials and engaged a peer review panel, as you're aware, convened by the American Public Transportation Association to further examine opportunities to bolster the internal audit function. So before I discuss the recommendations, I want to note that the initiatives noted in this presentation that have been implemented are indicated in green type, and those items that are in progress are in the orangish yellowish color contingent upon your screen. So as you see before you, that we have done quite a few things relative to looking at the employee profiles. And what we mean by a profile, we're not profiling anybody. That's a term that we use collectively in reference to our human resources information management system in which we utilize Workday. And it's a portal that enables information that includes commendations, awards, and a single place for ease of employee access. I'm just going to cite a couple of examples. Furthermore, we have increased site visits from all levels of leadership, coinciding with employees returning to RTD facilities in an effort to make leadership more visible and accessible to frontline staff and to break down communication barriers. I, for one, have enjoyed going out to the various facilities, recognizing we do have to do that with precautions, recognizing we're in the midst of COVID. But I know personally that our employees value seeing us participate, and most recently, just last week, be it virtual, we participated in a operator graduation for the new light rail operators. What I do want to speak to really quickly is in relationship to the enhanced bus operations program that is in development. We are working in earnest as we look at receiving stakeholder input to garner a better understanding and make it more of value for all those that are involved. Moving forward to the next slide, please. Also, a key element that is ongoing is in relationship to what you see on your screen before you, the supervisorial training series focusing on leadership competencies. Well, simply put, really what that is that we're looking to ensure that we're providing adequate information relative to providing techniques for utilizing emotional intelligence and positive team feedback methods while focusing on coaching, counseling, and mentoring to promote good performance rather than to correct performance issues. So that's something that's imperative that I wanted to call out for everyone's understanding. And then as we talk about what we're doing in relationship to rail, that's currently underway. Next slide, please. Thank you. And so the recognition process we talked about before, customer commendations and superintendent memoranda, we recognize that some of these things weren't happening in a fashion that would be conducive to anybody, garnering appropriate feedback on a job that they're doing. So basically, there's a new action plan that has been placed in reference to delivering timely commendations to bus and rail operators, looking at implementing, the Operator of the Month program based on established performance and attendance criteria to recognize those high performers, and also looking at the recognition program for employees who perform well on efficiency checks, in which the general superintendents, deliver, sign memoranda within 2 business days to the operator. Moving forward. So also you've heard us talk about the issues relative to identifying operator turnover causes. In the previous committee meeting, there was reference made by Mr. Ford in relationship to leveraging information about why people are leaving the organization. That's imperative as we look at best practices, ensuring that we are retaining employees. There have been a myriad of discussions that were had by several agencies in reference to us doing a survey, and they involve more than 10 agencies in which we got some very great input from. Next slide, please. Also, as we talked about, ensuring that there's rest breaks. So quite naturally, as we talk about how we best do that, it's leveraging the direct input we get from operators. And there is the route management program, which is designed to enhance on-time performance checks through information gathering. And specifically what supervisors are doing are asking operators more pointed questions about what it is in relationship to the runtime that they may have. And we want to ensure that they have adequate time to basically have comfort breaks. And on this one, before you hear, improving scheduling. We are ensuring, to the point that was raised in a previous discussion, Elimination of 6-day mandates. Quite naturally, as you can imagine, if anybody had to work consecutively without any time off, that creates ample exposure to risk and things of the like when you're not your whole self being in a place of good health and well-being. So with the elimination of the mandated 6-day work for operators, there has been improved issues as relates with operator fatigue, meaning that's lessened as part of the ongoing commitment to implement service levels commensurate with workforce availability. And more specifically, in reference to what's before you on this side, staff has created training tools to identify a mitigated risk associated with operator fatigue. And nearly all of the 761 eligible bus operators have completed the training as of this date, and modified existing operator training is being developed to customize supervisor fatigue. Now, this slide before you here describes the overarching themes identified in the audit report identified by the Office of the State Auditor. And we have had, a myriad of discussions around these. So what I like to do here is just leave you with these thoughts that these are currently being addressed alongside the recommendations made by the APTA peer review. And as we go to the next slide, you'll see some things in green. Quite naturally, we convened the APTA peer review because as we went through the audit, it was stated that there was not a quality assessment review that was done in some time. And you can also see that we developed a scope of work for a solicitation for consultants. We selected and retained said consultant, and we issued a notice to proceed. And just as of today, there was an internal meeting with the CFO, myself, Mr. McKay, and with Anne-Marie Isaac Heslop serving as our manager of internal audit, in which we reviewed the scope of work and are setting the path forward, which will quite naturally include all of you in the sense of having informational interviews to help frame their understanding from the different perspectives relative to how we go forward. And then collectively as well, just month before last, that this body adopted the internal audit charter. And so the next item that we have before us, deals with the meaningful performance metrics as it relates to replacing that fare box recovery ratio. Quite naturally, as you can see here with the General Assembly's repeal of the fare recovery requirement, it helped us align discussions around metrics identified in our recently adopted board strategic plan, as those suggested by the accountability, as well as we look at meaningful performance measurements as relates to how we are doing, as opposed to that fare box recovery ratio that really didn't line up with the costs that were being expended more or less in reference to like revenue hours and things of the like. So where we are now, quite naturally, is that we are currently working toward the full implementation of the strategic plan, including the tactics and the metrics. And we're engaged in creating an internal culture focused on the agency's mission, vision, and values, as you all are aware. So what I want to close with is to let you know about the timeline in and of itself. So this has been modified somewhat. We anticipate the Office of the State Auditor to request a draft status report. Hence, that's why I wanted to ensure that we were bringing this forward to you all prior to that time. There's a specific template that they will provide to us in reference to us providing information, which is limited in some fashion. We're required to not include more than 8 lines. In the latter part of November, we've yet to know a specific date, but they will share with us when the status report is due and what type of documentation may need to be provided. In mid-December, as you can see here, they're to review the report. And if there's any questions relative to any of the submittals, we will provide clarity as it relates to that. And in early January, we will have a revised status report due based upon the feedback that we do receive from the Office of the State Auditor. And then rounding out in February, we will have a hearing with the Office of the State Auditor, very similar to what we did just earlier this year in January. Prior to any of these submittals, we will provide information to you for your situational awareness. And quite naturally, you will be kept up to speed relative to what we're doing collectively as it relates to the internal audit function. So with that, Madam Chair, I will yield the floor back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Before I take comments or questions, I want to correct myself. I said that we were adjourned on September 13th. It's actually the 14th. So pardon me for being a day behind. Are there any questions of Ms. Johnson? I was pleased to see all of those green line items. So well done. Director Davidson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Ms. Johnson. I appreciate this is a big deal to the board. Obviously we have a number of things in flight related to audit, and just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the leadership coming in from CEO and from your staff office, given that this is so critical to the board. So thank you for the leadership. Thanks for driving it hard. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Director Cook, please.
Yeah, thank you. And I'd had a chance to talk to Director Davidson too, but based on the presentation, I just wanted to verify. It seems awfully staff-led, and I want to make sure that we're complying with the recommendation about functional reporting in terms of how we structure and set the scope of work and oversee this contract with Reuben Brown. So I just want to verify, because that was such a big part of the OSA recommendations. Thank you.
Would you like to address that, Ms. Johnson?
Sure. So recognizing that staff has the ability to put forward a contract, that's our role in reference to our involvement. Quite naturally, I've been working in tandem with the chair of the Finance Administration and Audit Committee, as well as the vice chair. We have a collective work group. They have been apprised every step of the way. Quite naturally, the meeting that took place today was specific as relates to the scope of work and what was put forward in the request for quotes. With that being said, there will be a meeting that's forthcoming with both the chair and the vice chair of this committee, recognizing that a lot of the work that takes place, I believe it's incumbent upon us to know about billable hours, so we don't have any elements of scope creep. So that would be our role relative to staff. So I just wanted to qualify that, and quite naturally recognizing that, as it states in the standards, quite naturally there is a dotted line to the CEO. From an administrative standpoint, and that's in fact what this is collectively, and it as it relates to the other finite points relative to the role of the CAE, which is the common terminology used for the chief audit executive. That's all within the confines of the board's oversight. So I just wanted to ensure that there was a full-fledged understanding. And when you all have the opportunity to engage with the consultant, I'm sure they will outline those elements for you, so there's no confusion about who's on first. So thank you very kindly for the opportunity to address that.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Dr. Cook, does that answer your question? I might want to add, that we have been, along with Ms. McManus, has helped facilitate setting up a standing meeting with our manager of internal audit to really try and meet the obligations that were set forth in both the state audit recommendation and the peer review for APTA. So we conducted our first one yesterday, and we will be continuing on with regular meetings and report accordingly to the board. Director Davidson, would you like to add anything to that before I call on Director Broom?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Director Cook, thank you very much for the question, and I think probably and Ms. Johnson for the answer. And just for the record, it's probably prudent to highlight, Director Cook, you referenced that we had a chance to talk and dialogue about this. So for the record, for the benefit of the board, what I had shared with Director Cook was that, just as Ms. Johnson had said, we were involved in some of the, I would call it, rough scope of work of what was going to be required from, a contractor. We had some early discussion in terms of what we're seeking. I shouldn't say scope of work, I should say intent. And then at that point, we've been in contact with Ms. Johnson and her team, and then went through the scope and contracting process that, staff is equipped to lead. So just wanted to highlight for the board that was the discussion that we've had, been very comfortable with that. And the other thing that we had the opportunity to discuss, going back to our prior discussion about committee restructure, I think this speaks to the very heart of why we need to get the audit committee done. And I'm glad that we're, getting this all done together here. With that being a smaller group, that would be, basically taking the place. I think we're getting to the point where our working group that we've had on audit is probably more appropriate to shift over to the type of work that a committee would take on, especially when it comes to that functional reporting structure for both retained services of an external consultant as well as our manager of the audit function. So really just wanted to share that for the record, given that there have been some separate conversations between directors at this point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Davidson. And I would add that if any of you all have questions about activities, given that we're really just starting on this process, feel free to reach out to either Director Davidson or myself, and we'd be happy to have a conversation. But again, we are pretty much just getting started with this process. Director Broom, I did see your hand up. Are you still wishing to speak, or?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Will this have major budget implications for next year?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Please.
Point of clarification, Director Broom, when you say, will this have major implications for next year? Can you be more specific as to what you're referring to?
I'm sorry, will it result in the hiring of a lot of additional staff? Because that was always my feeling, was that this particular area was vastly understaffed for the amount of work they were expected to do.
Thank you very much, Director Broom. That's what I was trying to qualify. Were you talking overarchingly about what I presented on, or more specifically about the internal audit function? So I have deduced you're talking about the internal audit function. So basically, as put forward so far by the American Public Transportation Association's peer review panelists, they indicated the level of staffing that may be needed in relationship to how we should gradually move forward, recognizing that we wanted to call in subject matter experts that could offer their acumen in relationship to what might be the best way to proceed forward. We are making an assumption that we would need additional staff to stand up this unit. And in doing so at this juncture, have keeping that in the back of our minds relative to the budget preparation process, that there could be additional staffing up to 2 people at the outset. But with that being said, we will wait fully for the full-fledged recommendation, because as we look at a reallocation of resources, that may be the most prudent course of action as it relates to basically funding positions going forward.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Anything else, Director Broom?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for your answer. And we might remind you all that the audit committee, based on our internal audit charter, will have the responsibility of approving that internal audit budget. So we'll keep that in mind as we move forward as well. Are there any other comments or questions, given the lateness of the hour? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next discussion item, which is the 2022 to 2027 midterm financial plan. Doug McLeod, please.
Thank you, Chair Catlin, and I will be very brief. Just a quick presentation to share here. This is just another update of the numbers for the midterm financial plan, which is our 6-year forecast, including the budget of 2022. So last month, we came to the board and gave it an update. Not much has changed in that time period. We're still waiting on some additional information, which I'll discuss in a moment, but just a reminder what the timeline is going forward. September, we're having this discussion right now, just to give an update to the board. I have a few additional information items in this presentation that weren't presented before. In October, we will come back to the board with a final midterm financial plan. It's just in draft status right now. We'll have additional information such as our sales and use tax forecast, a little more solid idea of where our budget is shaping up for 2022, and that may change some of the numbers. We'll also present the draft budget during that October Finance Administration and Audit Committee meeting. That's just a precursor to look at how that's aligning with our strategic plan. We're still developing some of those numbers and having discussions internally among senior leadership with General Manager Johnson. And then finally in November, we would come to this committee to ask for the approval of the 2022 budget. So just, you've seen this slide before. Really the only thing that's changed since August, and this is on a consolidated basis. I'll get to a little bit of a breakdown between base and fast tracks since the board requested that. And when we come back with the MTFP approval request in October, we will have a breakdown of this cash flow between base system, fast tracks, and this consolidated format you're seeing here. But to keep things simple, we just wanted to present it on a consolidated basis one more time. The only thing that has changed since the last time we presented this to the board in August is we refined the fair revenue forecast. What we had done there is previously we had assumed that about 50% of the ridership would return in 2022. So at a 60% level, reduced level, we assumed 30% would come back. We're going to get back up to, let me rephrase this, we're going to get back up to approximately 60 to 70% of our ridership pre-pandemic. That was the assumption we used earlier. We did actually find some authoritative guidance on what the thinking is nationwide. So it may be more broad-based in terms of transit, but the Standard & Poor's came out with a report saying that their expectations are that ridership will have a permanent decline from pre-pandemic levels of 20%. What we've assumed here is that we will gradually grow back up to 80 to 85%, along with the service levels going forward of 85% of pre-pandemic levels. So what that did was it added back about $60 million of fare revenue and decreased our deficit down there on line 12 in the bottom right corner from a negative $127 million to negative $60 million. We consider that something that we can work with to get us to a point of being balanced on the MTFP in order to show that our revenues equal our expenditures. Again, in row 11, we have the full state of good repair needs of $478 million covered, except for $60 million. We believe as we continue to look at and align our budget and our forecast with our strategic plan, we'll find some opportunities within that state of good repair line item, as well as some other line items that we probably can get this balanced quite easily. The other thing I would point out on the slide is that we're still at a 2.5% or 2.5 months of reserves at the end of 2027 based on this forecast. The goal is to be at 3 months reserve, so we're within the margin of error there as well. So I think we can get there by the October approval timeframe. Moving on, so the way we wanted to present this month was instead of showing an entire cash flow, just show the board what happens to our reserves for both base system and fast tracks based on the cash flow that we have coming in. So if we have net positive reserves, that add net positive cash flow in a year, that adds to our reserves and vice versa. So just as a comparison of where we were in November of 2020, the middle column shows the midterm financial plan reserves for base system. So what it shows is we started out with 208 million. The cash flows through 2026, plus an estimate for 2027, since we hadn't done 2027 at that point in time, gets us to ending reserves of 403 million. So on the base system side, this is consistent with what the expectations were at the time, that we would have enough positive cash flow on the base system, the reserves would continue to grow. Big contributor to that is the fact that the base system pays off its bonds in 2024. Moving forward to the most recent midterm financial plan, our beginning reserves are actually a little bit larger as we enter 2021, just because we had some of the CARES funding that was not spent during that time period. So if we roll the cash flow forward, our ending reserves are 357 million, a little bit lower than the 403 at last MTFP, compared to a 3-month reserve requirement in 2027 of 166 million. So we have excess reserves essentially on the base system of $190 million. That's down from the $270 million at the last MTFP, because you'll recall that we only included 70% of the state of good repair items in the 2020 MTFP, where we're including 100%. So when I said earlier that we can afford probably to pay for all those state of good repair items and get caught up, we're still in good shape on the base system side. Fast Tracks is still somewhat the same story, although much improved. So going back to 2020, the forecast was that ending reserves would end up at negative 444 million before we used up the reserves that were in place. So if you recall, what happened is we ended up burning through all of the reserves just to keep Fast Track's operations going and meet its asset needs. That's improved with the latest forecasts to where our ending reserves have improved from $444 million deficit to $182 million deficit, largely due to the increased sales taxes that we've been experiencing. And at that point in time, we did not know about the CARES and CRISA Act. So the thought was that we would be losing on the order of $150 to $250 million per year in revenue from sales and use tax declines, as well as fair revenue declines. So the picture on Fast Tracks has improved significantly. However, we still have a deficit there. So getting back to the consolidated, all of RTD basically, just moving down to the bottom line, you can see that we had a shortfall in our reserves to have 3 months of reserves in November of 2020 of negative 218 million. So we were really short on funding then. That has since improved to a shortfall of 35 million. And essentially, when you combine base and Fast Tracks, the base system's excess reserves covers the deficit, part of the deficit on Fast Tracks. So we end up with just short of 175 million in ending reserves versus a 3-month requirement of 210. So that gets us to the 2.5 months of reserves. So not a bad picture at this current point in time. One slide I wanted to add into here was we've discussed a lot the state of good repair asset management needs, and what we haven't told you is what those needs consist of. So back on the cash flow slide, we showed $478 million of state of good repair and asset replacement needs through 2027. And it breaks down as follows, with the largest portion being attributable to rolling stock replacement for bus, Access-Ride, and Flex-Ride. Have some significant needs in rail for infrastructure, basically. And then public facilities, as well as some of our equipment, make up the bulk of that 478 million. And as I mentioned, as we go through the strategic planning process, we will align some of these, and we're really going to take a close look at some of these needs. Maybe some of them don't need to be done. Maybe some of those funds will get reallocated to new initiatives. So that's the current thinking right now, is there's $478 million of needs over the next 6 years. Just a reminder, when we look at our balance sheet, so we talk a lot about our cash flow and our reserves going forward, but we also have some liabilities on our balance sheet, in addition to the significant amount of debt, which we've talked a lot about. But there's a few items that we show as liabilities. These are obligations that RTD at some point will have to pay. The first two can be more longer term. We would try to catch up on those over time in the absence of any additional funding that was available to solve these problems. But we've given several presentations over the years to the board about the represented employee pension being only 50% funded at this point. So that has a shortfall. In order to get it to 100% funded, it would take $246 million contribution, significant sum of money. And then on non-represented employee pension, which is closed to new employees, that closed in 2008. There's a funding shortfall there of $38 million. So that fund is approximately 78% funded, so it's in much better shape than the represented plan, but $38 million would be what it takes to get it to 100% funding. And then finally, the Denver Aviation IGA, we haven't spoken about this in much detail. It's relatively insignificant when you're talking about our state of good repair and pension needs, but just thought we'd throw this on the list for now. When the A-line was built, there was an obligation through an IGA with Denver that if there was contingency left over at the end of the project, the Eagle project, that some of that would be paid back to Denver, because Denver gave RTD an advance of $46 million to make certain enhancements to the A-line. So in that agreement, we did agree to pay some of that back if there was money left over. And then of course, there's a couple unknowns, the DTP litigation, if there's any impact from that. And then what we haven't included in our 2022 through 2027 midterm financial plan is any potential impacts of the taper ratchet down effect to the base system revenues. So wrapping up, just a few takeaways from this is that these current projections are a snapshot. We'll get a little bit more information this month leading into October when we bring the full cash flow back to the board and ask for approval. We will be aligning as we go along with our strategic plan, what those expenditures are. And then as the prior slide shows, there's a few uncertainties that are still out there that could be fairly significant cost to RTD. So Madam Chair, with that, I will yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. And I, for one, appreciate the way you've broken out and summarized the different revenues and expenses. And whereas when you combine the Fast Tracks program with the base, it doesn't look that bad, but it's very clear that the base system is heavily subsidizing Fast Tracks to get a balanced budget. Sorry for my editorial comment. Are there any comments or questions of Mr. McLeod? I think given the late hour, people have expired their curiosity. Okay, if there are no other questions, are there any other matters to come before the board today?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Director Tisdale.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for not raising my hand. I just wanted to say that if ever there were a justification or motivation for our earlier discussion regarding changing the committee structure, this perhaps has been the best. Thank you, ma'am.
Good point. I just wanted to make mention that Kiewit headquarters is having their grand opening tomorrow down in Lone Tree. And I only wanted to say that I saw a notice about it, and they encouraged attendees to take the light rail to attend their grand opening. So I thought that was great. Anyway, I see that Mr. Rosenthal has his hand up.
Yes, and another announcement, thank you, Madam Chair, is the International Zero Emission Bus Conference is here in Denver over the next 3 days, starting tomorrow at the Hilton Denver City Center. So we can learn more about zero emission buses, which would be nice if we had more of them, and look forward to learning more.
And Director Williams will be in attendance. So thank you for that announcement. If there are no other matters, our next meeting date is October 19th. And with that, we are adjourned at 10:02 p.m. Thank you all.